Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rock. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It is Wednesday, the 10th of December. It is Hump Day. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are not familiar with this phenomenon, are you really working class? Nah, I'm just joking. But yeah, we are on Hump Day and we have made it to the middle of the working week. By this evening, you can say to yourself with confidence, it's all downhill from here, baby, straight in to the weekend. So thank you for joining us today. We're going to be having a look at some global affairs, I would say. Mostly for the most part, we're going to be having a look at the conflict that is raging at the moment between Thailand and Cambodia that has recently erupted again in 2025, despite the fact that the FIFA Peace Prize recipient Donald J. Trump himself settled the actual peace deal between Cambodia and Thailand. He went and personally arranged that so he could add it to the list that he keeps bragging about as him being Mr. Peace President. And it looks like those pesky Cambodians and Thai people have taken upon themselves to ruin Trump's image. That's what this is really about, ladies and gentlemen. Make no mistake, when I say we're going to be looking at geopolitics, I'm not saying at all that we are really going to be looking at, a conflict between two nations, which is claiming the lives of innocent victims and displacing hundreds of thousands of people. Oh no, this is just a tactic to take away Trump's good efforts in negotiating peace all around the world. So we're going to have a look at that. Dilemmas in the house. The best activities for your health are pumping and humping. And here we go. And it is on theme for Hump Day. So hump away, as Dilemmas would say. 4AS in the house. Yo, yo, yo. What's up, what's up? Give up your Qatari Peace Prize winner and his propaganda. Well, look, all I can say for is he must be pretty upset. Like, I would be upset if I had just been awarded the FIFA Peace Prize, and then those, like I said, these pesky countries with their pesky disputes flared up again, destroying my list. It was a growing list of all the places around the world that I've resolved conflict and brought peace, and they're fucking up my image. So I'd be pretty pissed off. So we're going to actually have a look, though, all the sarcasm aside there. We're actually going to have a look at what is happening between Cambodia and Thailand and kind of understand what the history is behind that. It's obviously, like most things, way more complicated than a president who flies in to negotiate a peace deal. And it goes back, many a generation. So we're going to have a look at that. FIFA Peace Prize comes with free Bubba balls, soccer size. Well, look, if anyone can take some Bubba balls, soccer sized, it's Donald J. Trump. He'll get on his knees and everything. And then we're going to have a look at some other interesting developments that have happened. The Trump's administration has given the green light now for NVIDIA to sell its advanced chips to the Chinese market. Now, this has some interesting ramifications, I would say. Maybe even it just shows some interesting stuff that is developing in geopolitics. Why the hell would the Americans, after worrying so much about China taking the lead and trying to do everything they can to stop them in the tech war, i.e. the new Cold War, they're all of a sudden just going to allow NVIDIA to start selling its most advanced chips to China? Interesting play there. Wonder what's really going on. Hey? With all the stuff that we know about covert operations, espionage, sabotage, and just the general operations of the CIA, I find it very suspect all of a sudden that Trump is just allowing NVIDIA to give away this prized technology over to the Chinese. Questionable whether the Chinese want it or not, but they are allowing that to continue. Interesting stuff. So we'll have a look at that. And then we're going to read the National Security Plan. We're actually going to read that document. So if you're not aware, America, I think last week, I want to say, put out a document called its National Security Strategy. And so that basically outlines what the US is going to do in terms of its defense. Now, you don't really call it defense anymore. The Americans, as you probably might know, renamed their Department of Defense to the Department of War. And now Pete Hegseth is no longer the Defense Secretary. He is the Secretary of War. And so we're going to have a look at what happens in a world where America removes its Department of Defense and replaces it with the Department of War, and what their national security strategy is going to look like moving forward. We'll read through that document because we've been speaking about it during the week, and there's been a few people referencing it, and it was something that I wanted to do anyway. But first of all, we'll cover some of those other events that I talked about before. So, let us not waste any more time, and we'll get into it. Let me give you some context on the recent flare-up. So I think it was just yesterday, Cambodia and Thailand, Thailand have started striking each other, started attacking each other again across the border. So let's have a quick look at what's recently happened. I'm going to go to the BBC. BBC is kind of like, I don't know, where you go for world news, like general narrative. So we're going to go and like with their account on things. I'm not saying that is the best account, but it is the best way to catch up with what the world conversation is outside, whether or not that's just a propaganda machine. That's a conversation for another time. Ninja Nurse in the house. How you going? We are going to be looking at some interesting things today, so strap yourself in. It's good to have you. I hope your service to capital has been treating you well recently. Let's have a quick look. If you're watching this on TikTok and you want to know what we're doing and what we're watching, there is a link in my bio to the YouTube channel. And so you can actually follow the videos along, unless you just want to listen to my voice, which is fine. I don't blame you for that. But if you do want to follow along, that's how you do it. Woozer in the house. Morning, folks. How are you? It's good to have you. Welcome back. We're going to be investigating, firstly, what's going on with Thailand and Cambodia. Sad stuff, obviously, because it's always, innocent bystanders and the working people of the world that die in this type of stuff. But it's embarrassing Trump, and that's what we should be really worried about, as we've been speaking about already. It's embarrassing poor Trump because he tried so hard to broker peace. Is it odd that all these wars, quote unquote, Trump supposedly ended, keep flaring up? Is it odd? Is it odd that, in the sense that, it was never settled and he was just using it as some type of political capital, and a way to big note himself. And so it's like, is it odd that they've just straight away, like a lot of them just descend back into the chaos that the states that they were in before he intervened? No, it's not odd in that regard. Or is it odd and suspicious that they keep flaring up? Is there something else going on there? I don't know. And if you have a theory on that, pray, do tell. But yes, I think he's just broken a whole bunch of stuff so he can put it on his resume and then advocate for getting peace prizes, or advocating for organizations as prestigious as FIFA. And when I say prestigious, maybe let's just go with as ubiquitous as FIFA, a real world organization. Muscle his way in on getting a peace prize out of them. Ava Lava's in the house. What's up? Give up today's news. In the dying hegemon strikes again. Wow, what a sick name that would have been for a Star Wars title. Hey, what's up? The dying hegemon strikes again. Hey, that's pretty good. I'll pay that. And it does seem a little bit like that, doesn't it? When we catch up on global affairs of this nature, it really does have that vibe to it. you know, um, the wounded creature that's going down, but is still, vicious and can, fatally strike out against the encircling foes. So watch your step. They're not. It ain't over until it's over, baby. Forgot to mention it yesterday, but this mic seems to pick up on the grittiness of your voice more, much more of a political ASMR vibe. Oh, interesting. There it is. Okay, so there's more of a in the voice now. I guess it's probably a better quality mic, I'd say. I wonder if it picks up on more of the background noise of the room as well. Like this chair makes weird noises all the time, and whatever else is fucking going on. But yes, I'm glad that you get more of the quality of the voice coming through. I'll take the political ASMR vibe. Um, I'll take it. As long as I'm not putting you to sleep, for fuck's sake. That's the main thing. They're all making their moves, it seems, while Trump mismanages his job, sorry, Lithuania is state of emergency due to Belarus using smuggler balloons and other objects to disrupt their airspace. This is interesting. Ben Shapiro was caught out turning up the bass on his microphone so his voice sounds less feminine. No way. Really? I don't have that intricacy on my interface at the moment. I don't even have like a volume control on the microphone. Um, but yeah, good to know. If I ever want to be more manly, I'll just turn up my bass. I'll just give it the old Ben Shapiro. Huh? What a stooge, hey? Hey? Got to be more manly. Then people will love me more, right? Right? What's the Lithuania balloon emergency thing going on there? Um, so is this the alliance between Russia and Belarus, and they're trying to disrupt people and like piss off NATO kind of thing, disrupting the airspace, making it hard for them to detect what's going on? Or is this just one of those psyops from NATO again, where it's just like, yes, they're putting balloons into airspace, and so we better go after Russia a bit harder, and then we can justify more of our military Keynesianism because they're putting balloons into the airspace. I guess us plebs will just never know what's real and what's just Western psyop, will we? There was a whole internet investigation on it. That's hilarious. Well, if the internet's investigated it, oh yeah. Have you ever seen Shapiro's sister? Stacked. Bro, where did you get that? How do you even type that into your keyboard? Seriously. Yes, I have heard. I've heard the rumors. I have heard, but I haven't investigated myself. That's what I reckon. Putin said out loud he wants Europe, so Trump can stop acting like Ukraine are the aggressors. Well, Putin said out loud he wanted Europe. When did he say that? Because there's a lot of speculation on this channel. I know different people feel differently about this. I know Avalava would have different theories on this. Woozle, with regards to Putin having eyes for the entirety of Europe, or Putin just having eyes for kind of resisting the expansion of NATO, which directly threatens its sovereignty by repeatedly, destabilizing regions around it through color revolutions. Destabilizing, yeah, his area or like places around him through color revolutions, and literally now through the Ukraine war, the proxy war potentially of the US, they're now striking into Russian territory. So it depends, I guess, who you listen to. Four kingdoms is their demented goal. Four kingdoms. This is interesting stuff. Might have to look into this in the stream. But yeah, thanks for letting us know. I was not across this type of strategy or this kind of objective. I wonder if you've heard about this, Avalava. Be interesting to know. I would like to know more. Now, whoever you are, wherever you're watching this, actually not wherever you're watching this, but if you're watching this right now on YouTube, give it a like. You know the score. Hit the like button. It helps with the algorithm. I would like to know more. Yeah, it helps with the algorithm, etc., etc. But like, it looks like there's a lot of fucking Twitch people on there. I think the Twitch files have grown significantly. It would seem to be the place where all the action is these days. All right, let us go on, shall we? And just get some context. Like I said, some world context from the BBC for the recent clash and the conflict. It hasn't shown up on my news feed, so it's news to me. Eh? It's news to me then. Eh? Well, look, this is interesting. If he said it outright, then I wonder if that's just like clips out of context or if it's legitimate. Like he's just like, look, it was my plan all along to take Europe. But like, whatever. This is just two sides of an imperial conflict, as I have described it before. I don't know if there really is anyone who's kind of good versus evil on this side. Within this conflict, I think they both have significant problems, and they're both the result of the capitalist system in the form of imperialism that we see. This is just the manifestation of it. But I guess the devil really is in the detail on that one. Let's have a look. Jerry Poppins in the house. How you going? It's been a while. Hope you're well. Ethnic trans people fighting a war that has nothing to do with the US. Sounds like a job for Trump. Oh, ethnic trans people. Are you talking about like what? Because it's what, like Thai people and stuff like that. Is that the joke there? I'll have to get you to explain that one for me. Sounds like a job for Trump. Yeah, he'll sort him out. That's fine. I do know, Avalava, there we go. I do know that Europe and the US are still pretty tight. The US is pushing the burden of the Ukraine war onto the EU, so I wouldn't be surprised if they are ramping up manufacturing consent for preemptive strike. Yes, I've thought about that. I didn't even see the word border in the headline. We're on here. Okay, fair enough. Yes. I think, like NATO drawing all of its attention to, Russia came into, what was it? Romanian airspace, and they launched drones, or drones were taken out in Poland, I think it was. And now there's balloons in Lithuania. Like, it's all this type of, look, they're coming. I think it's definitely part of the manufacturing consent machine for the Europeans who feel like Russia is an existential threat to Western European life, I guess you could say. And they're going to have to do something because they're all hippies and liberals in Europe, anti-war hippies, and they need to be converted into normal. Like, they need to have war normalized again for them. And you can't do that any better than with an evil other to point at and say, see, we need to militarize. See, you need to send your sons and daughters off to war to help with the military Keynesianism and rejuvenate the economy. All in the name of the economy, baby. So yeah, I definitely think there's a bit of manufacturing consent going on here. Now, let's have a quick listen and get across Thailand, Cambodia.
Cambodia and Thailand say they've launched fresh strikes against one another as their long-running border dispute again flares into deadly conflict. Cambodia said its forces had retaliated overnight and on Tuesday morning and was fighting to defend itself after being patient for 24 hours, it said. Thailand said its fighter jets had again struck Cambodian positions on Tuesday morning and was fighting to defend. Said its forces running border dispute again flares into deadly conflict. Cambodia said its forces had retaliated overnight and on Tuesday morning and was fighting to defend itself after being patient for 24 hours, it said. Thailand said its fighter jets had again struck Cambodian positions. At least 7 Cambodian civilians and 3 Thai soldiers have been killed in these hostilities. The UN chief has called for de-escalation. The BBC's Panisa Emochai is in Bangkok following developments.
So what we have seen in the morning is actually the post from the former Prime Minister of Cambodia, Hun Sen, who said that in the past 24 hours, Cambodia has been refraining from retaliate back to against Thailand. This has been the narrative that Cambodia has claimed, that they never, first they said that they never started this new confrontation, and also they never retaliate back to Thailand. On the other way, the Thai side said that Cambodia was the first one who started this new confrontation. And when the army admit that they deployed the aircraft to strike to the military target in Cambodia, they said that this military operation, along with other operation, is done according to international law and only under the rules of engagement. So we have seen this back and forth of accusations with each other. The latest comment from Thai Prime Minister, he still stand on his comment yesterday that there won't be no immediate talk, and he demand that Cambodia must comply to Thailand condition in order for the violence to end.
And this was where the ceasefire was brokered by President Trump back.
There it is. I was wondering how long it would take the BBC to come out and just be like, and this in relation to the ceasefire brokered by Trump. It's just like, hello, there is a national border dispute going on between two people, two countries, and people are dying. And they're talking about whether or not they can strike each other under international law, who's responsible, who gets to retaliate, etc., etc. And it's just like, but Trump brokered a ceasefire or a peace deal. Poor Trump. What's he gonna do now? So went back and looked. It was one of his top political advisors, Karagnov. So not Putin. My mistake. YouTube. For later consumption. Well, like, I would actually like to, know about that. So I might put this on the list. It's going up on the fucking list, bro. All right, let's check this out. Trump rolls up sleeves. Well, it's time for me to take down another CCP. Yeah, I know, right? I'm just going to put this down so I don't forget about it. You can watch it later. Russia wants Europe. It's on. All right. He got the FIFA prize now. He doesn't have to try anymore. Oh, man. I guess, hey, he can just be like, whatever. Let them fight it out. I'm not getting the Nobel Peace Prize anyway. Oh, shit. I mean CPP. You know what isn't hot? Trump's peace deals. Oh, savage. Not hot anymore, is it? Hey? All right, let's get back to the BBC.
In October, the UN has called for calm. What's the likelihood of that?
The atmosphere between the two leaders of both countries has been quite grim, and it has been even more aggressive. We have mentions about the stance of the Thai side, and also with Hun Sen, the former prime minister, who is also an influential leader of Cambodia, still state that they will fight back and they will protect their land and territory. Likewise for the Thai side. So it's really, really grim to see how this gonna de-escalate. Yesterday, we have seen Malaysia's Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim express concern, but we haven't seen him talk to both of the leaders like he did in the past. Yes.
And the implications for so many people, civilians living along that border, must be terrible.
We are talking about thousands and thousands of people along the border provinces of both Thai and Cambodia that they need to evacuate. Some of them will go to the evacuation shelter, and some will need to go to relatives' houses. We have talked to some residents who said that the oldest elderly people who have with health concern, the evacuation centers are not made for them. And we're talking about children that suffer from school. Some hospital in the border area need to be shut, and local businesses are completely shattered.
Vanessa Emma-Cha. Cambodia.
And local businesses completely shattered. There it is. So the economy is completely screwed along the border, and people have to get out now. Hey, come on, Trump. It was worth his salt. Hey, and he would have saved all of these people. Seems like it's not happening, isn't it? Well, you know what? Actually, I've had some time to mull on your comments there, Jag. Not the Shapiro sister one, but this one. Is it odd that all these wars Trump supposedly ended keep flaring up? What about the ones that are of significance to kind of US foreign policy, the national strategy. What is it? National security strategy. Like, it's probably not too bad. Again, this is Brian's theory on everything that I'm stealing here, but I like it until I find a better theory that explains global politics. It's not bad having kind of, Cambodia and Thailand going at it in and like a destabilized area just near China. It doesn't suit the Chinese having this type of stability there, especially given kind of their involvement in certain parts of the area, with their involvement in Vietnam, their involvement with Myanmar. So, part of that whole, let's just keep the area on edge around China. This kind of plays into that grand theory. So maybe he will be kind of like, whatever. Especially now he's got that Peace Prize, right? Ninja Nurse, the Orange would say, I'm the only winner for the most prestigious Peace Prize. And you're an idiot. Yes, that's right. And he is actually the only person who's ever won a prestigious FIFA Peace Prize. It's pretty true, right? I'm picking up what you're putting down. Eh? It's fucking Brian's theory of everything, right? My instant thought on Venezuela was that he wants control over the Gulf of Mexico. I don't know why you've put that in capitals. That is incredibly offensive, because I thought it was supposedly called the Gulf of America. And when you say things like that, then you get put on a watch list somewhere for being an anti-capitalist and I don't know, anti-American values and anti-Christian. Pick off the list. You're being watched. You're definitely being watched. I actually heard about that recently. So we read about the NSPM7. I think it's NSPM7. You can play with the letters there, but it roughly amounts to that. So there was the National Security Memorandum that was signed by Trump, number 7, and it listed all of those things. So that's where we got the idea of trans Tifa from, I think. But yeah, it listed all of those evil people that are threats to the security of the nation, all these, what is it, nihilistic violent extremists. Now, NSPM7 has now morphed into actual practice, so watch out. I do feel for our American friends and fellow revolutionaries. Watch what you do online, I guess. Watch your backs, because Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, she has been given license now to start enacting out that NSPM7 or whatever it's called. And she's actually starting to investigate people, or like she's compiling a list. They're compiling lists in association with that NSPM7, that list of people that are national security threats now. They're actually investigating people on that list, and they're going to be, taking some type of action, whatever it is, whatever that action means, but they're working on it. So it's some scary stuff, very scary stuff. It's Constantinople, not Istanbul. All right. I see. Hey, history is written by the victor. Now, let us get some context on Thailand and Cambodia, in fairness to those nations and those cultures, right? Because, you just get a lot of crap, I find, from the Western media. So like, I have already asked preemptively what's really going on there. Polemp. I'm going to say Polemp. Hi, how are you? Welcome to the chat. Come and say hi. We're all lovely. We don't bite hard. Introduce yourself, etc., etc. So yeah, I've tried to get some like assistance from our research assistant on this one. And so, like, quick history, what's happening now? So, long-running colonial era border dispute. That's what it is. The core of the dispute is over territory around the ancient temples, famously in the Priya Vihia on Dangrek and Chanthaburi mountain range. Okay, so, like, I don't know if you're familiar with this, but those beautiful kind of ancient stone, I don't know, temples that you see in tourist magazines and websites and all that sort of stuff. This type of stuff, this beautiful architecture here. There's like regions, there's a province. Actually, I wonder if I can get maps out on this one. Oh my God. Are you serious? Oh my God. What is wrong with you? Yes, welcome. I actually thought of the song when I hear that. Oh, what? Istanbul, Constantinople. Oh, you son of a bitch. Just do what you're supposed to do. Okay, there it is. So where are we? I might have to zoom out a little bit. Just for context. So Thailand, so Vietnam, Thailand, Cambodia. Can you guys actually see what I'm talking about? No, you can't. Now you can see it a bit better. Okay, so yeah, Vietnam on the edge, swings around, Cambodia, and like Thailand. Um, and so there is kind of dispute here in, it would seem, in this region or this province kind of thing. I don't know how you describe them. But like this mountain range here that separates the two, this seems to be like where the action is happening. And there's been a border dispute apparently going for a long time on this one. The International Court of Justice ruled the temple itself belonged to Cambodia in 1962 in the 60s, but the surrounding land and exact line have remained contentious ever since. So the International Court of Justice actually has kind of tried to sort this one out as a border dispute, before, and yeah, tried to fix things up, I guess. Also, shout out to DuckDuckGo. Resistance against the bourgeoisie comes in all forms, big and small. Yes, shout out to whatever tracks my data just a little bit less than like the mainstream. I do what I can. I've had holiday in Cambodia running through. I've had holiday in Cambodia running through my head. Is that a song? I'm not sure of the reference. Periodic flare-ups. So small skirmishes have occurred repeatedly. 2008, 2011, and others. Tensions rise when nationalistic politics, local incidents, or symbolic issues, heritage sites, maps, military patrols, are brought into domestic politics in either capital. I think this is interesting and something to keep your eyes on, because I've heard other analysts talk about this, is that it seems to be rather nationalistic when people start getting all fucking patriotic about being Cambodian or Thai. Then they start, whipping themselves into a frenzy about, hey, let's go and take that fucking land back. And so, like, it's a good lesson. Yeah, it's a good lesson for all of us, I would say, in terms of like a cautionary tale about nationalism, because it can definitely lead to war, and like lead people down the garden path of like thinking that war is acceptable, and it's just another tool that is used by ruling classes to divide people or get them to die for a cause. So nationalism is it's a hot potato thing, and you got to treat it with absolute caution. Here's a fun fact. I've heard that you can pay about 150 USD to some soldiers in Laos to blow up a cow with an RPG. That's fucking crazy. Really? Wow. Capitalism, hey? Like, what a market. Like, that 150 bucks, I'm sure, would go a long way in buying more RPGs and cows. But, like, what a market, right? I did use nationalism and patriotism interchangeably. I did. I get it. Because we have talked about that before. But like, I think, one can lead to the other. And like, especially the N word there is the one that turns into what we see here. Where people kind of believe that it is upon them to kill people along the other imaginary line over there, in order to support some type of tendency that they have towards a form of patriotism. But I get it. I see your call out there, and it's true. Um, it's difficult. I love beef. What a waste. Poor cow. I know. So like you have to think if they're doing it for $150, they must be able to buy a number of cows as a result of that potentially, and they probably wouldn't let it go to waste either. You wouldn't want to let that go to waste. All right. Why it's flaring up now? So in recent intense clashes and a fragile ceasefire, heavy fighting erupted in mid-2025. So that's when Trump stepped in, peaking with major July escalation and subsequent ceasefire attempts that have repeatedly broken down. Civilians have been killed and hundreds of thousands displaced during the 2025 fighting, and both sides accuse the other of ceasefire violations, artillery and drones. Interesting. And incidents such as landmine casualties that rapidly escalate retaliation cycles. From what I understand is that's what actually set this one off, is that some potentially, I think it was some Thai soldiers have come into contact with Cambodian landmines. And I think it's a bit of like tit for tat going on there. The Russians are doing Somali pirate hunting trips with yachts. That's scary, isn't it? So like it's literally like blood sport stuff. You can literally pay to kill. Hey, dude, they're pirates. Who cares? You can literally pay to go on a safari and kill people. Scary. Also, 150 US for a whole cow. What a bargain. My butcher is robbing me. Yeah. Wow. Look, you're in the wrong country. You might want to go to Cambodia. No, where was it? Laos. Go to Laos, and maybe your money will go a little bit further. You can buy a number of cows at the butcher. You can buy a lot more at the butcher in terms of beef, anyway. Let's have a look here. Oh yeah, domestic politics and nationalism. Political changes and nationalistic rhetoric in Thailand and Cambodia have hardened positions and reduced room for compromise. Another lesson here. There's no, like, once you get really nationalistic, there's no dialogue for compromise on anything. Territorial claims around culturally important sites become rallying points for leaders. International mediation efforts, ASEAN. So that's like the group of Southeast Asian Economic kind of alliance and a network. And so like they've been trying to mediate here. Malaysia has stepped in. I think we heard that before. The Malaysian leaders have tried to, sort things out. But so far everything's pretty fragile. And like maybe it's because of the nationalism stuff. And like, it's usually like ruling classes or political establishment, elites, whatever language you want to use for that. They're the types of people that are just like, they get all heated with their nationalistic rhetoric, and then they can justify, doing things like attacking other people or like sending troops to go and sort out stuff, as opposed to being sparing with human life. They can be a little bit more callous with it. What China has said or done publicly. Now, I asked it where China's position is on this one. I think it is important to understand what China says about this, as opposed to what the West is saying about this. I guess the West is trying to be all like neutral about it. It's just like, oh my God, Cambodia and Thailand are fighting. Let's give them both equal opportunity for representation here in the media. And it seems like China's official line, the party line, in public statements has been to urge dialogue, restraint, reconciliation, encourage ASEAN, so that's that important group in Southeast Asia, to do the mediation and resolve the dispute. Reuters reported Chinese officials offering support for talks and urging countries to rebuild trust. Denials, careful framing, RE arms. Chinese authorities and state media have publicly denied providing new weapons or direct military support to Cambodia during the 2025 clashes. So I am led to understand, and this is why it's important to kind of have a look at like what's actually behind this, because you can't have you can't have drone and artillery strikes along a disputed border unless you have the capability to make those things yourself. And if you don't, then you're being supplied by someone. Now, you might be supplied because you've reached out first and you said, look, arms, industrial, military complex of said nation, help me out. I really want to fight for my independence here. Or, which is like, it's more of the case, it's kind of dialectical, I guess you would say. It goes both ways. But like, what is big part of the case is like you have countries like China and the US with their own industrial war machines, and they need to push these products onto people as well. So they're more than happy to supply arms to areas around the world, so then they can continue their machines going, and people will buy more weapons of death. Sorry, that's not weapons of death. They'll buy more weapons and military equipment off them and keep their industry going. So China has been supplying Cambodia. China has been supplying Thailand too, but the West has been largely supplying Thailand also. So Europeans, the Americans. So there is a little bit of a split. It's not very black and dry. Fee, fi, fo, thumb. Tom Jones is back. Welcome to the stream. I hope you are well. We're talking about Cambodia and Thailand because it's recently flared up. And a few months ago, the leader of the imperial capitalist world, Donald J. Trump, actually got a peace deal between Cambodia and Thailand, and it's just fallen to pieces overnight, basically, or last night for us. And we're just trying to understand what's going on behind that. And like I was just saying, China has been supporting Cambodia, basically providing them with arms, like training as well, like military training. But it's also, again, been supplying Thailand too, and so has the West. And so you can see, all I'm trying to get an understanding of is trying to paint a picture of is like who's playing in the background between these two forces. Are there groups of influence outside of it that would be stoking the flames of this conflict, as opposed to everybody in the international community being like, oh my God, war is so senseless. We just want to end all wars and just have world peace. But like you have significant monetary interests in seeing this conflict, because the more they fight, the more arms and weaponry they have to consume. So it's a good thing from a capitalistic production standpoint. Now, like I said, there seems to be more of a China on the side of Cambodia in that sense, and the West on the side of Thailand in terms of who's doing the supplying, but it's all kind of messy. So here it is. So a major supplier historically for Cambodia. Over the past decade, Cambodia has been a significant recipient of Chinese military hardware and training. China is widely reported as Cambodia's main external military partner in recent years. Russia and some other suppliers have had a smaller role historically. This is from, if you want to check a source here, this is from the Council of Foreign Affairs. Now, can you trust these guys as far as you could throw them? Who the fuck knows? What type of think tank is this, right? Who sponsors them? Oh my God. It's the Council on Foreign Relations. Sorry, it's David Rockefeller's study program. It's a think tank from the Rockefellers, of course. Of course it is. Oh my God. All right, so there is your source there. It's the Rockefeller, a think tank or an association, saying that it is China that supplies Cambodia and the Russians too. Now, U.S. policy change, important recent development. In November 2025, the U.S. lifted a 2021 arms embargo on Cambodia after the U.S. brokered ceasefire process, meaning U.S. sales could be considered on a case-by-case basis going forward. So the U.S., after the brokered ceasefire, lifted its embargo so it could start selling weapons to Cambodia. Now, there's an interesting question there about, like, why you could argue, why has Trump um been going around brokering peace deals between people? Because if these countries aren't kind of fighting with each other, then US can change its policy decisions, start selling weapons to them, and then they stockpile said weapons after they get enough shipments, and they start fighting again. Lo and behold, that might answer some of the suspicions that we've had, Jag, on that one. That one's from Reuters as well. So take it with a grain of salt, whether you like them as a source or not. Thailand, diverse suppliers. Thailand has historically sourced major arms from a mix of suppliers. The United States, long-standing security ties. China, increasing purchases in recent years, and some European and other manufacturers, depending on the platform. The Thailand military's procurement has become more diversified over the last decade. And this is from a source called CIPRI. And CIPRI is, it would seem, some type of think tank, the think tank of peace. It's called Trends in Arm Transfers. G'day, mate. Yep. Warlords still going. Whose dogs are these? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, why are Thailand and Cambodia fighting? And was the peace deal just, peace deals, then you can contemplate, really. A peace deal's really just about giving people some time to restock and buy some more munitions before they start fighting again. So this is the source here for CIPRI. CIPRI is the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. Now, who knows how they're funded, but they're supposed to be a peace research institute. So they've gone ahead, this CIPRI organization, and they've been documenting in 2023. This is a couple of years outdated now. But like they were documenting like who sells what arms to who around the world, and who's the biggest kind of importer of weapons from around the world. CIPRI is the best publicly available data set for verified international deliveries of major conventional arms. And like this is all conventional arms that are done above board, let's say, because there's a lot of black market weapons transfers around the world that happens. Like look at things like, the famous Iran-Contra affair, where like the US said that they wouldn't supply arms to the Nicaraguans, and like they did. They were just doing it like in a very nefarious way, and then got busted doing that, and Reagan had to apologize and all that sort of stuff. Actually, I don't think he did apologize in the end. But anyway, this is just accounting for stuff that's all above board. So there's a lot of arms deal around the world, I would say. I mean, you could argue that a good and a significant portion of arms trading and dealing around the world is done illegally or off or out of the sight of conventional institutions. When did this become okay again? War, environmental decay, racism, capitalism. We need to sit these world leaders down and make them watch Captain Planet again. Well, look, it's funny that you say that, because you can't question American values. You can't question capitalism. Being anti-capitalism, being anti-capitalist, that's a national security threat now for the Americans. Like, this is serious. These serious times that we live in. Can I just say, even at the height of like things like the Red Scare or like the height of the Cold War, I don't think they explicitly said that you couldn't be anti-capitalist. And they were more worried about going after communists. But like criticizing an economic mode of production, that's some scary shit, man. Right? Being critical of politics is now something that is a national security issue for the Americans. These two cultures need to just become a melting pot and get along. It's the neoliberal way. Yeah, well, the neoliberal way seems to also be selling them weapons at the same time as telling them to become a melting pot. Trump's peace deals are probably more like deal or no deal. Ladies with briefcases. Do you want this briefcase? I've heard it's hot. Not me, but others have said that. Tough place. South China Sea is hard to police. So many islands. You can't criticize it. It's a cult. So capitalism is a cult. That is the best fucking description of that phenomenon that we've had so far. Yeah, if you can't criticize it, you're in a fucking cult. And it's a heavy top-down cult as well. And they have the monopoly of the use of violence, and they're gearing up to use it. So take stock of that one. Anyway, interesting to have a bit of context there, I would say, right? And like I tried to ask as well. I know I did ask the research assistant to really kind of speculate on this one. Like, go for it, hallucinate if you want. And I said, like, given your broad access to like all of these different media sites out there and like all the media on the conflict between Cambodia and Thailand, do you see a bias towards one side or the other in Western media? So what I was trying to see was if the US have been aligned with Thailand more historically and Cambodia more with China, if there's more in the Western press about the Thai perspective on this war or this conflict. And it said for the most part, no. Like a lot of places say, oh, Cambodia blames Thailand and Thailand blames Cambodia and all that sort of stuff. And like we saw that just then in the BBC piece. But it did say that, look, Thailand's kind of ministry and its communications are better. And so its ministry and its comms teams puts out more information, supposedly, than Cambodia does. And so you actually get more of the situation from the Thai perspective because they're doing more comms on it. And so the Western media reports on more Thai conversation about this conflict because it's like kind of a numbers game and they put out more stuff. Now, if that's true, who knows? But like the material, don't extrapolate from that, but you can see what the material reality is. There's more information in the Western media from the Thai sources. So who knows? But like if you spend enough time looking at things or concepts like manufacturing consent, and Chomsky puts in a very interesting investigation into what happened in Indonesia and Timor, and like how the media talked about those things, and like you can see if the Western media is reporting more of what the Thai press is saying or Thai government is saying about this conflict. Now, obviously, our research assistant is saying, oh, that's just because there's more Thai stuff out there. But what if they're getting access to more Thai stuff on purpose? Like, this is not exactly just a coincidental thing. It's actually contrived, or their editors and the organizations that are making this media deliberately use more Thai sources than they don't, or than they do of Cambodian sources. The questions have to be asked there. And like you just have to make up your own mind with this. If you look and digest this type of media on this subject, you look for it, look and see if you can find, oh yeah, they're speaking to more Thai government officials than they are Cambodian ones, or they're quoting Thai communications more than they're doing Cambodian ones. Is there a discrepancy there? Is there a reason behind that? Is that because the US and Europe is way more cozy with Thailand and they have existing infrastructure in there, but that suits their interests? And like Cambodia kind of represents, as the research assistant had showed us, Chinese and Russian influence there. And so this is another proxy in the Cold War. So you have to have a look at things like, in the Cold War, it probably wasn't as obvious that like all of the things that were being done around the world were all proxy wars in the Cold War. It might not have been that obvious at all. Like Afghanistan, for example, when Russia took Afghanistan, and then the Americans were trying to destabilize Afghanistan to get at the Russians. Like these were proxy wars of the Cold War. In the new Cold War of the 21st century, of the 2020s, let's say, is this a proxy war between America and China? Is that what's happening here? Or is this just a general destabilization of the region with a bit of US backing, just to kind of undermine China and like the ASEAN region? So like Southeast Asia, and put them on kind of on the edge a little bit because their economies are fledging. You know, they're starting to really impose themselves in the global order. Southeast Asia, they say, is going to be, you know, for the next few decades, is going to be the economic hotspot of the world, the epicenter of the world. That's where all the productive value is going to come out of. And so, is it important to have that kind of knock down a few pegs every now and again? Who the fuck knows? But like, you know, you can keep an eye out for this stuff, and we will tell as time moves on. We'll be able to keep our eyes on this stuff, and like we'll come back to this every now and again over the months while we're all hanging out together on a stream, and we're like, hey, fuck, remember that? It's happened. Remember when Trump did that peace deal thing and gave everybody a chance to stock up their munitions so they could go on killing each other again in the name of some weird Cold War proxy situation? Well, I guess stuff that we can keep an eye out for, right? Selling weapons to both sides is the Rothschild way. Well, that's how you control the money, right? You bank on both. Hedge your bets on both. If I were a big nation with cash flow issues, I could send in a few guys or corrupt some locals into breaking a ceasefire. Then I get to sell many more booms and pew-pews. Pretty much. And that's pretty fair assessment of that, right? You know, once it's time to start selling more weapons again, it's time to stoke the fires. And stoking the fires through what? Through nationalism. So like you can really convince through your propaganda, through your manufacturing consent system, you can really convince the people to do some atrocious stuff, like really put their own bodies on the line for some ideal that is well beyond them and out of their reach, and they have no control over. Like nationalism, like nations don't exist, they're not real, they're constructions, they're conceptual, they were made by the bourgeois when they were trying to separate themselves from the feudal world. The nation state was made, it was a construct made by the bourgeois to try and justify the liberal society that they were stepping into, this new liberal world. And you know, it's been used to convince populations to do things. Just like before it, the divine right of kings was used as justifications to get people to fight and die in the name of their liege, that kind of thing. Yeah, it's all similar kind of stuff here. Nationalism, in a sense, of the nationalistic tendency, is used to kind of convince people to do things they wouldn't always do, and convince them to do things to other people, other working class people, that they always wouldn't be prone to doing. So you got to keep your eye on that type of rhetoric there, especially if what they're reporting is true. The nationalistic kind of rhetoric is ramping up in both countries, and lo and behold, they're fighting over magic lines on a piece of paper about it. Sorry to reduce it to that. It's a bit condescending, but you know what I mean. All right, let's get an American view on this one, shall we? Look, this one is breaking down the Thailand-Cambodia conflict that Trump claims he ended with a ceasefire. And we got a disappointed looking Trump there. Talk about orange, man, Ninja Nurse. Like, look at his hand color compared to his face color. It's pretty funny, isn't it? You never know with these orange people. And like, isn't like your skin turning really orange like that as a nurse? You can confirm for me. Isn't that a sign that you're a bit sick if you're like got some weird coloration going on there? KK Online, how we going? There is no Cold War. There's just a bunch of superpowers controlling the world, stripping smaller countries of their freedom, whilst forcing wars in countries they'll never take over, though. Capital markets, baby. Savage. There it is. There it is. Welcome, KK. Welcome to the stream.
Tens of thousands are fleeing border areas between Thailand and Cambodia as a second day of armed conflict plays out. An incident on Sunday that left 2 Thai soldiers have sparked a series of skirmishes and derailed the ceasefire that was put in place after a previous dispute that left dozens dead on both sides. For more on this, I want to bring in Greg Poling. He's a senior fellow and director of
Agent Orange, yeah, it's a bit like that, isn't it?
The Southeast Asia program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. All right, Greg, bring us up to speed on all of this and the current state of play. Obviously, there was an agreement that was signed in October in Kuala Lumpur, which President Trump has repeatedly touted as one of those wars that he's played a part in ending. But since then, we've seen these skirmishes, and now it's getting very heated.
What is that? This is Trump without all the makeup. Can you guys see this? This is Trump without the makeup. Just look down there, the bottom corner of the screen. This is what Trump would look like if he didn't have the hair, that amazing hair, and the makeup. Okay? Interesting. Very interesting. The whole point of the liberal world order after World War II was to stop nationalism, because when white people became nationalists, they automatically became Nazis. Well, now every country is nationalist. That's not what I meant by the liberal world order. I meant like during the time of like the French Revolution, the American Revolution, the American War of Independence. That's what I meant by they were establishing the liberal world order, and they were taking it away from monarchies and all that sort of stuff. Not like the kind of liberal world order that is used today, like, you know, being liberal as in being a lefty or something like that. I mean like liberal society, bourgeois society, let's call it. The bourgeois world order. Let's call it that. Mr. Magoo. And look at that head, bro. Look at that head. I wonder if it's an AI depiction or not. Or just some good old school Photoshop work there. You guys can look at that neck and that chin for a little bit.
That's right. So the deal that was signed in October in Kuala Lumpur really only lasted about 2 weeks before it started to break down. And the problem here partially is that neither Thailand or Cambodia agreed that they were signing a peace accord. That's how the White House and the Malaysian hosts labeled it. But from the perspective of Thailand and Cambodia, this was just reinforcing an earlier shaky ceasefire that they had reached in July. The most difficult part seems to be the Thai allegation that Cambodia has been illegally planting landmines in the disputed border, which have injured.
So there it is. Remember my conspiratorial theory and suggestions before, that it does have something to do with, like, look at how there's perspective put into this, and like the Thais have struck first, it would seem, this time, and it's on the basis that the Cambodians have been planting landmines around the place. Now, that might be true. It might not be true. Who knows? But like it seems that the Thai army have taken it upon themselves to strike here. It's interesting. The neck is a lie. He's been degened. Degened. I don't know the reference. Is that Gina? It better not be our Gina. The Australian Gina. Britain got free healthcare after World War II. Red Cross America got nothing. The world wars made the elites stomp out monarchs. Can't have these plebs fighting like Game of Thrones. We need another Roman Empire. And the UN was formed. Oh, not... Okay, right. Vagined. His neck is a lie. He's been vagined. Interesting. Degined. That's how I say it. Right. Yeah, you reckon? You reckon he's had some work done to that neck? I find it strange how the word liberal has two meanings. I feel like this was a linguistic plant to stifle the effective communication of class ideology. Definitely. Yeah, it's definitely taken on many meanings, but I think it's had many meanings over time as well, because it has shifted too. Like liberal society, as in a free society, meant a lot to the original kind of French and American revolutionaries, who formed nation states around the idea of actual free and like liberal society, and then they came to mean kind of other things as time has moved. His neck's flaps are less flappy in that pic. Yes, got it. I see where you're going with that. Yes, they are a little bit less flappy, aren't they? Hey? So let's go back to the top of the head then. Maybe people like that more. Get away from the neck flappity flaps. Dilemmas: the TIE fighters and the US Empire. Hey, I see. Yes. Star Wars knew all along.
Multiple Thai soldiers, and that's led to the unraveling of this ceasefire.
So, Greg, can you just give our viewers the historical context here, why these two nations are trading, why they are attacking each other over this disputed border area, which has a lot to do with colonial era redrawing of maps and ancient and historical ties to the region for people on both sides of that border?
That's right. This dates back more than a century. When France was the colonial power in Cambodia, they had somewhat imposed a border demarcation on the independent Kingdom of Siam, which became Thailand. The Thais have never really accepted that. And the maps that they prefer to use now are different. Cambodia prefers to use these old French maps. Thailand has its own set of maps. And they sometimes show the border hundreds of yards apart, which in a few key places means that very symbolically important temples and temple grounds are under dispute based on whose maps you look at.
And so then what about the people that live around and in this disputed area? We know that thousands are being displaced as both of these militaries fire upon each other. What are they doing? Where are they going? And sort of what's happening to them?
Right. This is a humanitarian catastrophe for border communities on both sides. They've had to flee because of artillery fire, airstrikes, particularly from the Thai side into Cambodian territory. We've had dozens of civilians killed or injured since July, and many of them are living in temporary facilities, either run by Thailand or by Cambodia, with very little prospect of a safe return for the medium term.
So moments ago, the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, said in a new statement that the U.S. is concerned about the fighting and the casualties, and he urged an immediate end to the hostilities for both sides to return to their October 26 peace accord. I've also seen...
Fucking thank God Marco Rubio's involved. Hey, we better listen to what he has to say. The United States is concerned about continued fighting and casualties in multiple locations along the Cambodia-Thailand border. Well, whew. Hey, everybody better stop again then. Marco's involved.
Chatter on social media that seems to indicate that the Cambodians have even told their military, the Cambodian government, to try and maintain some level of discipline. But it does feel like it depends on where, if you are, it depends on the perspective of this story, depends on which side of the border you're on. Obviously, the Thais are accusing the Cambodians of laying those mines. The Cambodians are saying aggression is coming from Thailand. So just objectively speaking, how does one sort of parse what the two sides...
Yeah, I know, right? While they are invading Venezuela. The hypocrisy is fucking intense, isn't it? Like, how do you get any more crazy than this type of stuff? Everyone needs to calm down and, like, you know, respect the peace. And, like, by the way, we're going to be ramping up our aggression towards Venezuela. Trump looks like a large maggot. Poor guy. Savage.
As you're saying, to find the ultimate truth.
So from the outside, I'll be honest, it's all but impossible to know what exactly provoked any given round of fighting since July. The one thing we can say is that the Thais have called in foreign observers and shown them these landmines that are obviously new, which contests the Cambodian claim that all of these things are decades old and Thailand is hyping it. So that's one thing we do know. The U.S. role is complicated by the fact that Cambodia really wants the U.S. role here. And Cambodia is the one that nominated President Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. The Thais do not want a U.S. role here.
Really interesting.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, respect international law. Yeah, no, there's the UN world order right there that people don't respect at all. Like Israel and the US. So much for the new evil empire. All right, so that's it. That's what I wanted to talk about in regards to that issue. I don't want to dwell on it too much because I think it's going to evolve over time and it's something that we can keep like coming back to. I think that's important. because then we can actually see it for what it is, like as it unfolds historically. It's This is just a recent thing from the Guardian. Again, Guardian, I think you have to take with a grain of salt as well. It's definitely part of the propaganda machine. So it's America's dog? Well, because of what they said, that he said, like, Thai doesn't want America in there playing police, and the Cambodians nominated him for a peace prize. Yeah, maybe. Maybe they just think, like, Cambodia definitely thinks that Trump is the type of person that could end the fighting, and the Thais don't want to. We will see. We will see. Time will tell. A long-running border dispute between Thailand and Cambodia has erupted in fierce clashes for the second time this year, despite a peace deal brokered by Donald Trump's first paragraph. My God. 7 civilians have been killed in Cambodia and 20 wounded, while Thailand has confirmed 3 soldiers' deaths in the latest fighting. So, I think, you get a lot from these type of stats as well. Have a look at what happens in Gaza, right? 7 civilians killed in Cambodia and 20 wounded, while Thailand has confirmed 3 soldiers' deaths in the latest fighting. So soldiers have been killed. It's time to take out civilians. It's interesting how it works, right? No judgment there. Just, it's interesting how, where the deaths are coming from. It's not 7 soldiers killed in Cambodia and 3 soldiers killed in Thailand. It's interesting. What's the dispute about? The competing territorial claim date back more than a century to when France, which occupied Cambodia until 1953, mapped the land border stretching more than 508 miles, 817 kilometers between the two countries. Skirmishes have repeatedly broke out in the years since, fanned by nationalist sentiment. One of the more fiercely contested sites is the 11th century Hindu temple Prayer Vihia, or Khao Pra Vihan in Thailand, which both countries claim. See, that's interesting, right? They both claim it, and it's along a border. So both of these countries and these people have claims to the same heritage. They're the same people, but they've been divided along an imaginary line that was given most probably by some type of colonial power, France, or even a kingdom, an aristocracy, a monarchy within Thailand. So it's invading ruling class versus domestic ruling class, drawing lines on map. That gives you the idea of nationalism, even though these people are fighting over their shared history. It's interesting when you think of it like that. The dispute escalated into clashes around 2008 after Cambodia sought to list Priya Vihia as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Why did the tensions escalate this year? Various political factors have led to escalation. They should share it. 10 years each. That's an interesting play there. Very interesting. All right, you have it for 10 years and then we'll just change. They're just imaginary borders anyway. Let's just change them. Various political factors have led to the escalation in Thailand. Nationalist sentiments were fanned by government to negotiate with Cambodia to jointly explore energy resources, which critics perceived as a threat to Thai territory. Tensions also escalated when Cambodia referred disputes over temples in 4 areas to the ICJ, International Criminal International Court of Justice, sorry. It's interesting why they keep referring stuff to this evil body, world government stuff. A breakdown in relation between Hun Sen and Thaksin Shinawatra, former leaders of Cambodia and Thailand, complicated matters further. The powerful political figures were once close friends but fell out. Hun Sen released a full recording of a private phone call he had with Thaksin's daughter, then Prime Minister, in which they discussed the border issue. The recording triggered a political crisis that brought down her government. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, well, we've heard all this stuff before. Our research assistant did a much better job, I must admit. Proud of the research assistant there, especially when you ask it for sources and you can check where it's getting its stuff from. It's not just fucking hallucinating all the time. Take it off them and let China run it. Problem solved. Yeah, just let's get a foreign power in there to take over. That's the way to do it. What happened to the principle of self-determination? Land belongs to the people who live there, not to a centralized state. Hey, what is that hippie nonsense there, David? Self-determination. What does that mean? Where did you get that idea from? Hey, the land belonging to those who inhabit it? I don't think so. That's not how the world works, baby. And like, it's just interesting that they both have a claim over to something they see as their heritage. Doesn't that imply to you that if you both think this is your heritage, then you may not be so different after all? All right. So we're going to go completely shifting gears here, but I've wanted to have a look at this because this has come up recently and there's been a lot of talk about this stuff. So the US, under the first Trump, I want to say the first Trump regime kind of withheld technology from China and chips and stuff like that. Biden didn't really make any changes to that. And Trump's kept it up. And then recently kind of changed his mind about giving chips to the Chinese. Now, this is all part of kind of this strategy by the Americans to try and stop the Chinese from being able to develop technology at a fast enough pace to keep up with American technological supremacy. And it would seem like China has, if not, they're on par with American technology. And I mean that in like high tech kind of stuff, artificial intelligence, all that sort of scary stuff, software, hardware, both of them. The Chinese have caught up, if not surpassed, the Americans now in terms of their technological advancement and their achievements. And so it's funny because Trump has said, okay, look, you guys can have the chips to the Chinese. You guys can have advanced chips from places like NVIDIA. Will allow you to sell your chips to the Chinese. But like we want to cut. And I think at the one point the cut that Trump wanted was like 15% or something like that. And then now it's up to 25%. So Trump has just again, or the Trump administration has just again said that they are going to allow the sale of particular chips to China, advanced chips that we're talking about here. Now, China has a history for the last, I don't know, 30 years, 40 years, whatever. As soon as they opened up to the world market, let's say, they kind of had a reputation for getting people to come on process and industrialize in China. Foreign capital come and invest in China's industrialization. But it wasn't just about industrial investment. It was also then they have the technology on home soil. And so there was a lot of people complaining in terms of copyright. The Chinese were just stealing their technology. They were over there manufacturing it. And so because they were manufacturing it and they had a stake in like part of the rules for investment in China, if you're going to start up a business in China and move your manufacturing there, you had to also bring on people from like local Chinese people or like people from even the Chinese Communist Party to have a stake in the business. And so they learned not only trade secrets, but they learned the technology itself. And so the Chinese have been perennially accused of stealing people's technology and reverse engineering things and just getting access to ideas. But this is the great problem with with capitalism, is that these people they develop this technology, they innovate, these capitalists, then they move production to where it's cheap to China, and China wants access to that technology, and they expect to be able to manufacture it in China, and China just manufacture that shit for them with their eyes closed, and just be like, oh, okay, we'll manufacture it with you, but we won't look at it. We won't try to understand what that technology is. So they're continually being told that they're stealing people's technology, which is probably true, let's be honest. But like that's under the perception, the Western perception, that you should protect intellectual property, like it's something that's worth protecting. If somebody comes up with a fucking idea about how to advance some technology that's going to make everything better, like, is it okay if a company owns that, or a private individual owns that? Is that better humanity when people think of amazing things and then nobody else gets access to that idea? It's like not a thing. It's not like gold. Like it's actually just an idea. It's something that you can conceive of in your mind, but somebody can have rights over that and nobody else can have rights over that. So like China has been constantly accused of that. And so the Americans have tried very recently, from the 2020s onwards, I would say they've ramped up this idea of like not allowing China to get access to its high-end chips, its high-tech industry as much as possible to slow them down. And it would seem that the Americans all of a sudden don't really care about that right now. Like they're just like, oh, fuck it. They're winning the race, the technological arms race at the moment. We better make do with what we've got. They want some high-end chips potentially. The only way really to battle them is to actually give them the technology, and then maybe they'll become reliant on American technology as opposed to continually revolutionizing their own technology and leaving us behind. So that's one take on it, why they would do this. So let's get acquainted with this conversation, because I think this is really interesting for geopolitics as well. It's not just about who's having border disputes and who's being funded by who for the military industrial complex, but it's also what's the most advanced technology out there that everyone's fighting over. Because the most advanced technology, the means of production, the means of producing value, is the basis for the entirety of society. And chips are like, and advanced chips are so integral to everything. The digital economy, which controls and binds the entire world together, and all of the advanced technologies out there that like produce all of the value that we all survive off. All of this stuff is really like chips, especially, and advanced chip technologies are so crucial to world economics. We really should be across these types of developments. And what is America up to by doing this? And it's really funny because, at this point, given the position of China and the US in terms of who's actually more technologically advanced, it might be them just pissing in the wind here. The Chinese might not even want this technology. So, it's interesting to think about. Chips, not fries. Eh? CEO of NVIDIA did a Rogan podcast. He has some interesting ideas about where AI is heading. Damn right, it's chips. Yeah, chips, not fries. Fell off the back of a truck, mate. Bang Fang went bang bang and stole state secrets. Dr. Nathan, where'd you get that from? That's a great emoji, that is. Oh my god. Yeah, it is a bit different, isn't it? I think Woozle's right. There's way more flaps on that little picture there than there is on this. What's going on there? By the way, that's called Nussi, not neck flaps. Lovely. Nussi. Lovely. Ugh. Definitely didn't learn everything about the technology. How dare they? Who is training the Chinese honeypots? These Chinese honeypots. Is there a place to sign up as an instructor? Asking for a friend. Yeah, I know. Yeah, interesting use of like honeypots there, right? I wonder what they're doing with these chips, I would say. How dare they work hard and become the best? Redolent thoughts. Okay, lovely. Yum, yum, yum. Yum, yum, yum. But yes, how dare they work hard? And yeah, who knows what the Americans are up to with this technology? Like, why all of a sudden do they want to hand this back to the Chinese? And should the Chinese take it? Will the Chinese take it? It's an interesting question. Let's get a Let's get a take on this one. We're going to go to Channel 4 News. Trump's China AI U-turn. Had many chats with Red about the curvature of the Nussi. Oh, man. Gross. Thanks for detailing, though. Lovely. Lovely. All right, let's have a look.
President Trump has promised a $12 billion bailout for struggling
You
Americans.
got modded? No, I didn't see that question. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, you did. Would you put a finger in the Nussi? I don't know, man. I don't think I could bring myself to doing that. Thanks for asking. But like, no. I don't think I could bring myself to doing that. Like, are we talking about just like going in cold, or do I get to have a few beers first? Soybean farm, good investment, can't lose. It depends where you are, if you're American or not. If it were Trump's and my fingers were a Phillips head, maybe. There's your answer. I'm going to substitute my answer for that one. That's a good one. We're a Phillips head. Oh my God. Hey, you can get put on a watch list for those type of responses.
President Trump has promised a $12 billion bailout for struggling American farmers caught in the crosshairs of his trade war with China.
They're great people. They're the backbone of our country.
But in the Midwest, the heart of Magalan, the president's trade policies have sown months of economic pain. Soybeans are America's #1 agricultural export, and China had been the #1 buyer. But no more.
Hundreds of billions of dollars we receive in tariffs. We are making a lot of money from countries that took advantage of us for years. They took advantage of us like nobody's ever seen. What we're doing is we're taking a relatively small portion of that, and we're going to be giving and providing it to the farmers. And we love our farmers, and as you know, the farmers like me. Good to see you again.
The hope had
Nothing wrong with it. The Nussi loves a little tickle. Do you reckon Zoran touched the Nussi when he had the private meeting? Oh my God. Potentially. Hey, Philip said he's fine using his head to penetrate Trump's Nussi. I'll see myself out. Lovely.
been that a deal struck in October with President Xi on rare earth minerals would also persuade China to buy American beans again.
But he's a very tough negotiator.
China promised to buy 12 million metric tons of soy, but as of last week, it had bought less than a quarter of that. And just as American farmers have been frozen out, their Argentinian rivals have been making big money. President Trump's decision to help his friend Javier Milei with a $20 billion support package
Make Argentina great again. It worked.
has only antagonized his base, who see it as a direct assault on the America First philosophy. A second flashpoint for the president's shifting trade policies are chips. The US had banned advanced chips from being exported to China. But last night, the president conceded on that too, allowing NVIDIA to sell higher caliber H200 processors to China with a 25% cut to the state.
Isn't that crazy? Like, talk about a weird inflection of what's acceptable in, free market philosophy. Like, when it suits them, they will just take 25% of the cut. 25% cut on sales. So if they start exporting heaps of these things to China for some reason, 25%. What's NVIDIA up to? What the fuck is really going on here? But when you merge the corporate sector and the state like that, you know what you get? Objective. I said a lot, but objective fascism right there. The merging, the corporatism, as they would have called it. All right, I'm going to go Can you briefly explain the H200 chip by NVIDIA? And why this was banned from sale to the Chinese? Very briefly. Just another indicator of how desperate the failing empire is. Yeah. It's interesting, isn't it? Maybe if America made beef as well as we do, the farmers wouldn't need the help. Interesting. Trump making it rain. Get that new Ford F-350 new boat. Thanks, Trump. I reckon he has a specific routine for cleaning in between the Nussie flaps. I'm sorry, I'm trying to pay attention, but I can't see past the photo in the corner. That's why it's there. It's controversial because people don't think the Nussie is hard enough. Eh? They think that Nussie's been doctored. Good question. Here's a very brief explanation of NVIDIA's H200 chip and why it was banned or restricted from sale in China until recently. H200 is an AI processing chip made by NVIDIA. It's designed for training and inference tasks, meaning it can power large AI models, data centers, and high-performance computing workloads. The H200 is one step below NVIDIA's very latest state-of-the-art chips, such as the Blackwell line, but it's significantly more powerful than degraded or older chips previously allowed under export limits. Why was it banned or restricted from sale to China? The ban stemmed from the US export control policy since around 2022. The US aims to prevent China from obtaining high-performance AI semiconductors believed capable of accelerating Chinese AI capacity, especially for uses that might add military surveillance and strategic competition. Under those controls, chips above certain performance thresholds, processing power, memory, interconnect bandwidth, including the H200, were barred from export to China. A lower performance version of NVIDIA's hardware for China was the H20, was previously allowed, but Chinese firms reportedly rejected it as too weak for their needs. That refusal made export control regimes more restrictive in practice. Strategic reason behind the ban: the main concern, if China gets access to advanced AI training chips like the H200, it could accelerate its ability to build cutting-edge AI systems, including for surveillance, cyber operations, or military uses. Export rules to preserve a technological lead and slow down the adversary competitor access to powerful AI hardware. Now, like, what's the fucking difference? If you are concerned that they are going to get the edge on AI systems, they're going to use it for surveillance, cyber operations, and military uses, and you're literally writing policies and making calls about China and the threat of China's expansion and dominance and all that sort of stuff, what's changed? Like, honestly, what's changed between now and then that would now justify you turning around and wanting to start selling this stuff to them? Come on. What's really going on here? What's really going on here? It's the Mar-a-Lago Nussi. That's just a photo where he's not feeling it. You gotta suck up to him and make it feel like a big man to get the Nussi going. You want to get it engorged before you go in. Oh my God. The imagery there. The imagery. You want this Nussi? Then you're going to have to... Well, have you ever said thank you today? 4 Kingdoms. It's coming out again. The reference is there. Okay, so that's a bit more context though. But like, what's changed, man? Is China not a threat anymore? What's really going on here? Now, my speculation about this, it comes down to, and I can't help this, like the more you understand about like modern history and recent modern history, the more you understand about how technology is used by the deep state So I'm not going to call anyone out, but you know who I'm talking about here. And I don't mean just the general bureaucracy when I say the deep state, but it's used by the deep state in espionage, sabotage, counterintelligence services, intelligence services, and covert operations. Technology is used like this all the time, implanted into other people's systems to spy not only on your fucking enemies, but your allies too. So, this wouldn't be the first time in very, very recent history that this type of stuff has happened, where all of a sudden we're comfortable after saying that it's a threat to, our dominance. It's a threat to give China these high-end chips that they want. It's a threat to us to allow them to do this and to have this technology. And all of a sudden it's not a threat anymore. It's okay. Here you go. And we'll get 25% cut on that if you please. What's going on there? Why is it not a security threat anymore? But, trans people, fucking Antifa, anti-capitalists, anti-American values, anti-Christians, they're all a threat to national security. But giving China high-end chips, that's not a national security threat anymore. Don't worry about it.
In the US, many lawmakers, including Republicans, worry China is too far ahead in the AI race and want more, not less, restrictions on tech exports.
I think it's more than just a financial decision. This is more just a financial decision. Sorry, Trump really doesn't care about anything other than enriching himself and his buds. Well, they are fucking stupid then. Honestly. I don't know, man. It just seems really, really suspicious that 3 years ago they were worried about national security, and now that doesn't make a difference at all. That really doesn't play into the narrative at all. But if you have someone, I guess, that's very short-sighted, and it's just all right, well, if they want it, fine, they're gonna have to pay top dollar for it, and we'll get a cut too. Then maybe it could just be another one of those situations where he's just benefiting. His family's going to benefit off this, and his closest supporters, the billionaires club that is his administration, are just going to benefit off this somehow. And Nvidia's just well, fuck yeah, we finally get to sell our chips. Yeah, you can have 25%. I don't care. The Chinese market is huge. We want to sell our stuff. But it just seems striking to me that they are, fighting China on one side. And we're going to read it soon in the national security strategy. They want to contain China in the one hand, but then with something like this, which is legitimate kind of, arms racy kind of stuff. Oh no, we'll just make some money while the sun shines. Make hay while the sun shines, kind of thing. It seems really stupid to me.
Meanwhile, China has been trying to be more self-sufficient in its quest to integrate AI into its economy. Chinese robotics are state-of-the-art, but their domestic chips remain behind America. And there's a conflict there, with companies desperate to get across new NVIDIA components, while Chinese authorities want more innovation to be sparked at home. President Trump still loves tariffs and says the income is making America rich.
From me, I want to say thank you for this bridge payment. It's Christmas early for farmers.
But behind the payouts, there are problems building up, with a hard year ahead for farming and even harder talks with China yet to come.
The other day I was reading my...
Trump's relationship with Europe.
Jensen to Trump. Look, these chips aren't really that good anymore. We have Blackwell and Rubin coming soon. Yeah, so open up the market. All right, fine, but I get 25%. Nvidia is a company that 6 years ago were barely making money. Now they have 30% and climbing profit margin. Interesting.
However, seems to be less warm, more permafrost. While European leaders have been tiptoeing around him, the US president has continued chipping away at the continent and those who lead it, saying that Europe is not doing a good job, blaming it for the war continuing in Ukraine, and saying that Russia is in a stronger position. Well, let's go to Washington and our US editor, Anushka Stana. Anushka.
We've known since Friday that this administration is changing tack on the issue of Europe. They wrote it all down in their national...
Boo. Stop talking about Europe. We'll get there. Don't worry. We'll get there. I want some more commentary on this one. This surprised me. This surprises me. In the significance of the race that we're talking about here. Yeah, I know, right? These farm bailouts will just go straight to companies like Monsanto. Yeah. Like if we've been listening to that farm to Tabor lady speak, and like when it comes to bailouts, or when it comes to like the philosophy behind the struggling farmer, they use that imagery. So like the massive corporate players, the biggest players in agriculture, can feed off that image and then get money and squeeze money out of the system. Have you heard much about the Rampacalypse? No, but I think you talked about that, or you said you were going to speak about that on Monday, I think. I haven't heard. I wouldn't mind a brief description if you got it. NVIDIA doesn't have an advertising department. That would save a lot in the budget, LOL.
Well, time now to get you some business news. We have Charles Pellegrin in the studio with us. Morning to you, Charles. Morning. We're kicking off with Donald Trump, who's allowing the export of advanced artificial intelligence chips to China. Walk us through that.
So the decision settles a debate that pitted those who wanted to completely stop these exports for national security reasons, as these chips could help Beijing supercharge their military, and those who said U.S. AI chip makers like NVIDIA needed access to the Chinese market in order to maintain their dominance in the sector. U.S. President Donald Trump made the announcement in a social media post on Monday, saying it will allow NVIDIA's second most powerful AI chip, the H200 processor, to be exported to China, but that the U.S. government will collect a 25% fee on those sales, adding that the move will protect national security, create American jobs, and keep America's lead in AI. Details still need to be finalized, notably conditions for shipment or whether there will be a limit to the amount of chips that can be authorized.
Well, so what are the likely consequences of powerful AI chips to China, Charles?
Well, first I wanted to look at the reactions to this announcement. NVIDIA, in a statement offering the H200 chips, said that this would approve to customers. Said allowing these chips to approved customers strikes a thoughtful balance that is great for America. But the reaction in the political sphere has not been so positive. A group of Democratic senators described the decision as a colossal economic and national security.
Looked like Trump's tariffs are diabolical, like extortion. Well, they're kind of just stupid in the way they're framed. Like, tariffs have been used quite particularly and with quite good value, I would say, by various governments throughout kind of modern industrial history at different points of people's industrialization project. And they can do good, but like they're not used in the way that everyone keeps talking, or like Trump keeps talking about them. It's like we've raised, what was it, hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs from all these other countries not paying their way, and we're getting it back. It's like, no, that's not how tariffs work. It's like if people are importing stuff still into the country, it is the Americans that are paying for those tariffs. And so like you're just raising money from your domestic population, really, and punishing people that import things. And so like you're just raising money like in every other tax. It's not other people paying for it. Like it affects the business on the other end, because then people might choose not to buy that product anymore. And so it throws all of that into disarray. But like the money itself is being raised from your domestic companies and your domestic population. Like it's just fucking stupid how they frame this. And no one picks up on it. Like no one calls bullshit on it when he's sitting there talking about that. I got sidetracked and didn't get much through it. So I'm going to keep going on with it on Friday. But basically everyone in the RAM industry is dialing back or shutting down their consumer divisions in favor of the AI industry. They're jacking up prices so high that no one can compete. Ooh, the Rampacalypse. Interesting.
failure that would boost China's AI industry, notably rivals to OpenAI like DeepSeek, and its military. Even Republican representatives, John Molinar, criticized the move, saying that China will rip off NVIDIA's technology, mass produce it themselves, and then seek to end NVIDIA as a competitor.
All right, so let's think a little bit about how those consequences are going to, play out with these AI.
Some countries just paid him or gave gifts to stop tariffs. One post to wipe out stock market. Yeah, interesting. And then after the stock market goes down, after he makes an announcement, him and all his buddies who've invested in stuff start buying up shares and then make absolute gains. We've seen that one too. Interesting.
Chips in China.
So a nonpartisan think tank, the Institute for Progress, actually looked into this in a report published on Sunday. And among the key implications they outlined were the fact that China would have access to chips that outperform any it can produce domestically, that its AI labs would be able to build AI supercomputers that achieve performance similar to US supercomputers, and finally that this wouldn't slow down China's efforts to be more self-reliant when it comes to semiconductor design and manufacturing. So it's unclear whether this US decision will actually lead to new sales in China, as Beijing has been telling its companies not to use US technology.
Well, Shah, here in Europe, fears have been growing about the continent's automobile industry steadily being...
There you go. So, like, the question is, like, really, did China even give a fuck anymore? Like, it was hard before, but, like, with a planned economy, and we've been speaking about this now a bit over the last few weeks, with a planned economy, the Communist Party says this is what's good for the economic prospects of us as a society, and it's important for us to become independent enough to not have to rely on American technology in this sector. So let's develop our own technology and try to start relying on that. And so they've put effort into developing their own technology, and not just waiting for the Americans to hand over stuff that might be now second class, as people have pointed out. And so they're kind of ready to just operate with their own stuff, and maybe this might not mean anything. It's interesting how the cookie crumbles. All right, so we are going to change gears here. We're going to change gears greatly. And I want to go through a document that we've been speaking about a bit already this week. It's unfortunate that Aussie Welder, unless Aussie Welder is just watching in the background, is not here. But I wanted to speak about the national security strategy. So the Americans put out a national security document, basically. I think it was a week or two ago. Yeah, it seemed like it was a week or two ago. Let's just double check that. Yeah, November 2025. So, like, who knows at what part of November that actually came out. But yeah, it's a document that kind of frames what the Americans are going to kind of be concentrating on in terms of their national security over the next, I don't know, for the rest of the Trump presidency. Let's say it like that. Oh, really? Come on. I'm going to have to expand that screen then. Oh, man. Let's take it that way. Bring it in a bit. Trump's neck, it's still there. Even threatening war with Venezuela drives up oil prices. I heard someone talking about the other day that, like, the war in Ukraine, and like Russia being tangled up with that has like has had a massive impact on energy prices. I thought that was interesting. Obviously, like oil, like Russian crude and stuff like that was servicing the market big time. And then obviously for the Europeans, like Russian energy was really, it was quite a good deal for the Europeans. And then that all ceased to be a thing. So yeah, this is the national security strategy of the United States of America for November 2025. And so, like, this is kind of the strategic direction in terms of like how America sees itself in terms of foreign policy and how it should be treating friends allies and enemies alike over, the rest of the Trump presidency, I guess you could say. So let's listen. Let's read the foreword and just have a listen to this rhetoric from our mate Donald J. Trump, Mr. Nussi himself. My fellow Americans, over the past 9 months, we have brought our nation and the world back from the brink of catastrophe and disaster after 4 years of weakness, extremism, and deadly failures. My administration has moved with urgency and historic speed to restore American strength at home and abroad, and bring peace and stability to our world. Australia pretty lucky. Gas always been cheap. Well, it depends who you speak to. Hey, I wonder what Dilemmas has to say about that. I think we've definitely got access to it, but we buy it back at market prices, apparently. It's no family discount for Australian gas. No administration in history has achieved so dramatic a turnaround in so short a time. Like, this is just fucking incredible language, isn't it? I think you're talking about, his neck getting ready, getting gorged. Here it is. It's getting pretty gorged right now. Starting on my first day in office, we restored the sovereign borders of the United States and deployed the U.S. military to stop the invasion of our country. We got radical gender ideology and woke lunacy out of our armed forces and began strengthening our military with a $1 trillion worth of investment. We rebuilt our alliances and got our allies to contribute more to our common defense, including a historic commitment from NATO countries to raise defense spending from 2% to 5% of GDP. We rebuilt our alliances and got our allies. We got our allies to contribute more to our common defense. Like, look, as far as I am aware, NATO was there to stop Russia from encroaching on Western Europe, our common defense. Like, hello, what does that mean? We pressured the Europeans to start spending more of their GDP on defense. So, like, we're pressuring people to start becoming more militaristic. This is how they treat this is how, this is the perception here. This is what we're doing to our allies. We're bullying them into becoming more militarized. We unleashed American energy production to reclaim our independence and impose historic tariffs to build critical industries back home. I don't know if that's going very well either, can I just say. I don't have a gas connection. I'm 100% electric, which is why my bills are so high. I mean, petrol 91, 96, natural gas, yep, getting ripped off. LPG, CNG, right? Okay. In Operation Midnight Hammer, we obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity. I declared the drug cartels and savage foreign gangs operating in our region. So what he's referring to here is that in other sovereign nations, so in places like Mexico, in Venezuela, drug cartels operating in our region, so our Western Hemisphere. America claims the entirety of the Western Hemisphere. He's declared these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And over the course of just 8 months, we have settled 8 raging conflicts, make it 7, because we just heard about Thailand and Cambodia, right? Including between Cambodia and Thailand, wrong. Kosovo and Serbia, the DRC, Rwanda, wrong. That's not stopped at all. Pakistan and India, wrong. That's back on again. Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and ending the war in Gaza, wrong, with all living hostages returned to their families. It's crazy. He's talking like Putla. America is strong and respected again, and because of that, we are making peace all over the world. So what's the Putla reference? Can you Enlighten me, please, Wuzo. I would like to know more. Natural gas, pretty good. Big bottle, last 3 weeks. Hot water stove. I forgot to ask earlier, but have you heard about the Intellexia leaks yet? Seen an ad recently, and now your phone's acting strange. No, I haven't seen any of this stuff. Could you put some stuff in Discord if you don't mind? I would like to know more. If you are watching this on YouTube right now, hit the like button, please. I would like that. I would appreciate that. Now let me get this link. I got a couple of things potentially for the afters going on here. Russia wants Europe. So what's this called? What did you say this was? Intellexa leaks. Intellexa links. Leaks. Sorry. Leaks. Intellector leaks. Thank you. Putin talks about land that is not his as though it is. Trump is doing the same. Right, okay. In everything we do, we are putting America first. What follows is a national security strategy to describe and build upon the extraordinary strides that we've made. This document is a roadmap to ensure that America remains the greatest and most successful nation in human history and the home of freedom on earth. So this is really what this is about. So what it's, this is about making sure America remains on top, basically, number one, top dog. And that's why, we're getting NATO to spend more money on defense. So we're going to fight our proxy war. We're going to fight our war against Russia by pressuring other people to spend the money on it. And that's going to mean that we remain numero uno. In the years ahead, we will continue to develop every dimension of our national strength, and we will make Australia safe. Oh my God. We will make America safer, richer, freer, greater, and more powerful than ever before. Signed, yours truly, Donald J. Trump. Anyone want his signature, just in case you got any, I don't know, presidential memorandum to sign? What is American strategy? Fucking great question. Let's have a look here. To ensure that America remains the world's strongest, richest, most powerful, and most successful country for decades to come, our country needs a coherent, focused strategy for how we interact with the world. And to get that right, all Americans need to know what exactly it is we're trying to do and why. One, the strategy is a concrete, realistic plan and explains the essential connection between ends and means. It begins from an accurate assessment of what is desired and what tools are available or can realistically be created to achieve the desired outcomes. A strategy must evaluate, sort, and prioritize not every country, region, issue, or cause, however worthy, can be the focus of American strategy. The purpose of foreign policy is the protection of core national interests. That is the sole focus of this strategy. They still haven't fucking sent anything yet. Like, it's all this. It's like listening to the Australian National AI plan. That was awful. China like to go to the moon, perhaps. Tom Jones. America's strategies since the end of the Cold War have fallen short. They have been laundry lists of wishes of desired end states, not clearly defined what we want, but instead stated vague platitudes, and have often misguided what we should want. After the end of the Cold War, American foreign policy elites convinced themselves that permanent American domination of the entire world was in the best interests of our country. Yet the affairs of other countries are our concern only if their activities directly threaten our interest. Our elites badly miscalculated America's willingness to shoulder forever global burdens to which the American people saw no connection to the national interest. So, what is this? America like kept the seas safe for global trade and kept military bases all over the place to ensure that people respected the idea of global trade and global order and stuff like that. And then they'd go in if necessary to ensure that everyone abided by the ideas of free market capitalism, I guess. Interesting that they're trying to convince Europe that Russia is about to march across the continent and conquer them all, yet Russia can barely get across the Ukraine. Europe is a sleeping beast that will murder without care if awoken. Interesting take there. It's crazy if you think about it like that. Europe is a sleeping beast. Well, it's a very sluggish sleeping beast at the moment. Like, you might be right, you know, once they are awoken, like what happens next? We've seen it in the past. But at the moment, yeah, very, very sluggish. World police, too much work, dude. Yeah, pretty much. They're just like, look, we're sick. Like, it's really become apparent that like doing this physically is a problem. Can we just do this by pressuring other people to do the job now? Let's just pressure Europe to contain Russia, and let's just pressure everyone else through like soft power and influence to do our agenda for us. We don't have to actually have to fund this anymore. Actually have to send troops out there. We want to just concentrate on specific areas. We live in a post-World War II era where Europe was able to push away its crimes historically, unprecedented, by saying, but Hitler, worse to who? Definitely not Africans, Chinese, or native people outside Europe. Yeah, interesting. Interesting. It's an interesting assessment of things, right? Like post World War II, Europe was able to be like absolve themselves from all their colonial and imperialistic sins, because they were just like, but Hitler, you know, Hitler's gone now, so it's all solved. We're all good. We're all good, world. Hey, we good? We good, G? Hey. All right. Our elites miscalculated America's willingness to shoulder forever global burdens, to which American people saw no connection to the national interest. Yeah, apart from their being established after World War II as the dominant power and then benefiting off that for fucking decades. And then when that became less necessary in neoliberal terms, because there was the end of history, right? Especially after the collapse of communism and the Soviet Union, right? Then everyone was like, hey, see, the free market is supreme. And like, do we need to continue to be the world police, as Tom Jones rightly says? Do we need to be the world police? And like, American public opinion dropped in that regard. No, we don't want to be the world police anymore. Why the hell do we have to do that? Why should we be the guy? They placed hugely misguided and destructive bets on globalism and so-called free trade that hollowed out the very middle class and industrial base on which American economic and military preeminence depend. They allowed allies and partners to offload the cost of their defense onto the American people, and sometimes to suck us into conflicts and controversies central to their interest, but peripheral or irrelevant to our own. Like, this is the most revisionist version of historical events I have ever heard of in my life. Like, every time there was a fucking conflict around the world, it was thanks to fucking American destabilization efforts. And like look at the last major conflicts that America and its allies were involved in, like on a broad scale, like Iraq or something like that. As if everyone pulled America into that. They were leading the fucking charge. What is this rubbish? This is rubbish. Very strange interpretation of history right here. And they lashed American policy to a network of international institutions, some of which are driven by outright anti-Americanism and many by transnationalism that explicitly seek to dissolve individual state sovereignty. This is fucking, this is nuts. Like, this whole globalist bullshit is awful. Like, from the Americans, it really is awful. Like, it is the American corporate culture, which is globalism, which is transnational corporations. And like, they're blaming that as some kind of woke problem that came out of a globalized world built on on the backs of American people, to suit some foreign entity. It was all to suit the corporate world that was built by the American system, and like kind of gained its supremacy in probably the 80s and the 90s. It peaked around then. And so they were all happy with globalism as long as it was transferring the world's wealth back to Wall Street. But as soon as that started to get divvied up a little bit more and things got a little bit more complicated with the rise of a new superpower on the world stage, now globalism is evil. It's just like, hello, this is crazy. You know, Adolf Hitler is the current president of an African country, right? Yes, I think you sent us something about that. I can't remember exactly who, but this guy said his parents kind of unfortunately named him, and they didn't realize what they were doing. The only difference between Hitler and Churchill was they committed genocide. Was where they committed genocide and colonialization. Yeah. Colonization. 1960s civil rights, Vietnam changed a lot of things. In sum, not only did our elites pursue a fundamentally undesirable and impossible goal, in doing so, they undermined the very means necessary to achieve that goal, the character of our nation, upon which its power, wealth, and decency were built. Again, if they're talking about deindustrialization and like shipping that overseas because of our elites and their, their insatiable greed, like, sorry, that suited you very well at the time. You can't rewrite history and just say these people were, un-American. That was as American as apple pie at the time. President Trump's necessary, welcome correction. None of this was inevitable. President Trump's first administration proved that with the right leadership, making the right choices, all of the above could and should have been avoided and much else achieved. Like, this is ridiculous as well, because Trump is an internationalist. Like, he has made so much money using his real estate empire and developing stuff around the world. He's flown around the world developing and being a fucking globalist. And now he's the anti-globalist. He and his team successfully marshaled America's great strengths to correct course and begin ushering in a new golden age for our country. To continue the United States on the path is the overarching purpose of President Trump's second administration and of this document. The questions before us are, what should the United States want? What are our available means to get it? And 3, how can we connect ends and means into a viable national security strategy? Wall Street 90s, cheap labor, high profits in Asia. Yeah, that's the globalism. And it worked well for them. And now it's evil because it hollowed out the American spirit. Well, it was fine when it was like completely profitable. And now you're worried about the culture dying. It's a bit late, eh? To blame it on globalists. Okay, what should the United States want? What do we want overall? First and foremost, we want to continue survival and safety of the United States as an independent, sovereign republic whose governments secure the God-given natural rights of its citizens and prioritize their well-being and interests. We want to protect this country, its people, its territory, its economy, and way of life from military attack and hostile foreign influence, whether espionage, predatory trade practices, drug and human trafficking, disruptive propaganda and influence operations, cultural subversion, or any other threat to our nation. We want full control over our borders, over our immigration system, over our transportation networks through which people come into the country, legally and illegally. We want a world in which migration is not merely orderly, but one in which sovereign countries work together and stop rather than facilitate destabilizing population flows. We want a world in which migration is not merely orderly, but one in which sovereign countries work together. You know, remember when they were speaking about, like we've been speculating here actually, on what it is that, or why it is that Trump or the Trump administration has reached out to their embassy in Australia to actually get information on Australian migrants and whether, like, how violent they are or how criminal they are. Then we get an understanding of how migrants in this country are doing the wrong thing, basically. Here it is. Are you ready for this? Read this sentence with me now. We want a world in which migration is not merely orderly, but one in which sovereign countries, they're like America's friends, work together to stop rather than facilitate destabilizing population flows and have full control over whom they do and do not admit. So this is the thing here. They want to shut down countries. They want to use this idea of countries working together to stop destabilizing population flows and have full control. They want control over whom they do and do not admit. They want to work with other countries. They want to make sure their allies are all on the same board and make sure that anti-immigration policy or perception, not policy actually, perception is a big thing. Because we know already, we've investigated this, that the US doesn't want to shut down its migrant worker program. They want to make sure that is all filtered through the H2A process so they can control labor better. At the moment, what they have is problems with the migrants that come here, treat wage labor like a labor market, and they shop around. But they want to be able to control labor so they can get in, so the agriculturalists, let's say, for example, actually get a better deal. They want to be able to control labor better. The same thing happens in Australia. Same thing happens. We have a Pacific program where we get laborers in from the Pacific Islands to come and do work, and we could try and control them exactly the same way through a H2A style system. And we're trying to refine that system so we can trap people on particular work sites, particular farms to control labor. It's not about controlling migration so we can give jobs to Australians. They want migrant workers. They just want them controlled better. That's a big part of it anyway. But like, this is how the conversation is going. It's not just about America doing it. This is a really interesting point, an important point, okay? It's not just about America dealing with migration and using that as a political issue. This is about working together with other sovereign countries. So other countries like America, so like, Western countries and countries in the Anglosphere, to ramp up the perception of migration as an issue, and we need to control it. We want resilient national infrastructure that can withstand natural disasters, resist or thwart foreign threats, and prevent or mitigate any events that might harm American people or disrupt the American economy. No adversary or danger should be able to hold America at risk. Like, what does all that sort of stuff mean? Like, we just want better infrastructure. We're going to have to start spending money on infrastructure then. We want to recruit, train, equip, and field the world's most powerful, lethal, and technologically advanced military to protect our interests, to deter wars, and, if necessary, win them quickly and decisively with the lowest possible casualties to our forces. We want a military in which every single service member is proud of their country and confident in their mission. We want the world's most robust, credible, and modern nuclear deterrent, plus next generation missile defenses, including a golden dome for the American homeland to protect the American people, American assets overseas, and American allies. You're not even mentioning, for the most people will see in our lives and the most pervasive, employer-sponsored visas. Basically, you're a slave now. Hope your master is nice. Yeah, interesting. Through picking pretty hard work, especially in Australia, far north, hot, spiders, snakes. Yeah. We want the world's most robust, credible. Oh no, I read that. We want the world's strongest and most dynamic, most innovative, and most advanced economy. Really? Okay. What's with all the economic warfare that's going on at the moment? Have you got a plan behind that? Like, you could really do the tariff stuff well if you had a really good plan about how to reindustrialize instead of just leaving it to the free market. But planning the economy, that would be something that the Chinese would do, and you can't do that. The US economy is the bedrock of the American way of life, which promises and delivers widespread and broad-based prosperity, creates upward mobility, and rewards hard work. Our economy is also the bedrock of global position and the necessary foundation of our military. We want the world's most robust industrial base. American national power depends on strong industrial sector capable of meeting both peacetime and wartime production demands. That requires not only direct defense industrial production capacity, but also defense-related production capacity. Cultivating American industrial strength must become the highest priority of national economic policy. Do you see this happening? I don't hear them talking about that one at all. We want the world's most robust, productive, and innovative energy sector. One capable of not just fueling America's economic growth, but being one of America's leading export industries in its own right. Want to remain the world's most scientifically and technologically advanced and innovative country, and to build on these strengths. And we want to protect our intellectual property from foreign theft. And why the fuck are you giving chips away then? America's pioneering spirit is a key pillar of our continued economic dominance and military superiority. It must be preserved. Nobody works harder than fruit pickers, and their reward is to get kicked out. This is a problem in Australia as well. Agriculture and tourism, America's two best things. Trump tariffs destroying that ice too. Yeah, interesting. We want to maintain the United States' unrivaled soft power through which we exercise positive influence throughout the world. And now this is where we get some reality going here. Unrivaled soft power. So the reach of their machine to influence people around the world. So they have organizations, NGOs set up in like most countries around the world so they can influence people. They can train organizations in other countries to destabilize governments. Like, this is a legitimate thing. We've seen evidence of this in streams where they actually have organizations that go around the world teaching people how to protest and how to, like, you know, organize people to overthrow a government, which happened apparently in Nepal. There was the NED was in there. I think it had a $90,000 budget to set up organizations and teach people how to spread information about, you know, destabilizing the government. Crazy stuff. We will be unapologetic about our country's past and present while respecting of other countries' differing religions, cultures, and governing systems. Soft power that serves America's true national interest is effective only if we believe in our country's inherent greatness and decency. Yeah, it's all about this. It's all this. Finally, we want a restoration and reinvigoration of the American spiritual and cultural health, without which long-term security is impossible. We want an America that cherishes its past glories and heroes and looks forward to a new golden age. We want people who are proud, happy, and optimistic that they will leave their country to the next generation better than they found it. We want a gainfully employed citizenry with no one sitting on the sidelines who takes satisfaction from knowing that their work is essential to the prosperity of our nation and to the well-being of individuals and families and blah, 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 blah. Oh my God. Your local McDonald's and Ford dealership. All right. What do we want in and from the world? Achieving these goals requires marshalling every resource of our national power. Yes, this strategy's focus is foreign policy. We are what are America's core foreign policy interests? What do we want in and from the world? We want to ensure that the Western Hemisphere remains reasonably stable and well governed, enough to prevent and discourage mass migration to the United States. We want a hemisphere whose governments cooperate with us against narco-terrorists, cartels, and other transnational criminal organizations. We want a hemisphere that remains free of hostile foreign incursion or ownership of key assets, and that supports critical supply chains. We want to ensure our continued access to key strategic locations. In other words, we will assert and enforce a Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. Stable and well governed. Yes, are you listening to this rhetoric? Far out. So listen to this. Okay, so the Western Hemisphere is like the Americas, basically. The Western Hemisphere is, from fucking, I don't know, you could argue it's from Greenland, but let's say Canada right down to the tip of South America. We are speaking about they want it to be well governed and stable. So what does that mean? They want governments that align with America's interests and strategic vision. And so with the current administration, that means picking governments in other countries that are going to align with whatever the Trump administration sees, which is like complete control over the Western Hemisphere, with the intent of having governments that are going to stop the movement of migration towards the US. And so like if you're in some Central American country that allows, trains of migrants to come through the country on their way to the US, you got to stamp that shit out. We don't want to have that sort of stuff anymore. That's the type of government we want. They've just recently done it in Honduras. They're influencing the election there. Trump has called the leftist candidate out and said if they don't do the right candidate, there's going to be trouble for Honduras. I think they're still trying to sort out the election there. They've just done it in Argentina. They bribed the Argentinians and said, if you don't elect Milei again, then we are going to withhold a $20 billion bailout for you. And so like they are going around telling people what governments that they want in certain areas of Latin America, basically. They're explaining because they want these stable governments who are going to fight against the narco terrorists. So organizations that they have designated as worthy of American intervention in somebody else's sovereign territory. So like in Mexico, they've decided they are a narco terrorist organization. So cartels, like drug cartels, which would justify them going into Mexico without the approval of the Mexican authorities, the Mexican government, and they can just go in and take care of them. So they want governments that are in place throughout Latin America that allow them to go in and forcefully take care of issues as they see fit. This is like kind of the reading in between the lines of what they want here. Now, this is the Monroe Doctrine 2.0 that they're talking about, which is the Monroe Doctrine was this American foreign policy idea or concept, which was a warning to the rest of the world. So everyone outside of the Western Hemisphere, i.e. the Europeans, was like, stay away from South America, Central America, and North America. That is our territory. Get your colonies out and don't come here and do shit. We don't want to fucking see you. We do not want you guys working, operating out of the Americas anymore. This is American territory. We control the whole thing. And so this is what Trump is, they're saying, is like, it's pretty obvious that they want to control the entirety of the Western Hemisphere. And like, this is interesting too. Here, a hemisphere that remains free of hostile foreign incursion or ownership of key assets. That's exactly what's happening in Venezuela at the moment. Venezuela have cozied up to the Chinese and to the Russians. So the Russians actually have military equipment stationed within Venezuela, and the Chinese have included Venezuela as part of the Belt and Road Initiative. They've also keenly taken on Venezuelan debt, so they've loaned to Venezuela, and in service of that loan, the Venezuelans give them oil, and so China gets oil from Venezuela, and that's the Americans don't want the Chinese or the Russians in their hemisphere at all. They don't want the Chinese at all providing any type of Belt and Road Initiative style support to any other countries around there through BRICS or their own means. And so this is, just so you're aware, the security proposal here is to wipe everyone out of South America or Latin America that has that is like foreign to that part of the world. So get rid of basically the Chinese and the Russian influence within that part of the world. So it's a massive call. It's a massive call. The Panama Canal spat earlier this year was related to all of this as well. Yes. Yeah, because they were, what was the rhetoric they were using? Chinese companies have kind of by de facto have taken over the Panama Canal. They now own and operate the Panama Canal. And they were saying things like, oh, well, we didn't build the Panama Canal, the Americans, obviously. I think it was through Roosevelt, right? Theodore Roosevelt, that is. They built the Panama Canal, and they controlled it for the longest time, and they handed it over to Panama. And then basically the rhetoric was, we didn't build the Panama Canal for the Chinese to take over. Yep, China builds roads, ports, and oil refineries, yeah. And so, they were, they basically said that they're going to take it back by force if they needed to. They're going to invade Panama, basically. We want to hold, next point, we want to halt and reverse the ongoing damage that foreign actors inflict on the American economy while keeping the Indo-Pacific free and open, preserving freedom of navigation in all crucial sea lanes, and maintaining secure and reliable supply chains and access to critical minerals. What the fuck? We want to halt and reverse the ongoing damage that foreign actors inflict on the American economy while keeping the Indo-Pacific free and open. So in order to maintain or to stop damage that foreign actors inflict on the American economy, that's got to do with keeping the Indo-Pacific free and open. So in order to help the American economy work, you need to secure the Indo-Pacific. Now, when we were reading about the Indo-Pacific just the other day in the Australian and in the OSMIN, after the OSMIN meetings that were happening between Australia and the US, so that's their kind of a joint and annual strategic meeting and discussion that the US and Australia holds. It was just riddled with Indo-Pacific rhetoric. They want to secure the Indo-Pacific region, which means ensuring that America has supremacy in the Indo-Pacific, or the West does, the Five Eyes, the Quad, meaning they want China to have no influence in the Indo-Pacific. So for the entirety of the Pacific region and Southeast Asia, they don't want China to have any influence in there at all. We want to support our allies in preserving the freedom and security of Europe while restoring Europe's civilizational self-confidence and Western identity. We want to support our allies in preserving freedom and security of Europe while restoring Europe's civilizational self-confidence and Western identity. What do you fucking think that means? Hey, think about that one. We want to support our allies in preserving freedom and security of Europe. Stop. While restoring Europe's civilizational self-confidence. So, confidence in Europe as a civilizational force and its Western identity. So we're going to support political parties in Europe that rediscover themselves as the bedrock of civilization, understand how important Europe is and its civilizational effect has been on the world, and is restore their self-confidence in their Western identity. We want to promote in our allies, governments, politics that puts Western identity at the forefront. Basically, and you can read however you want into this, but this is basically what they're doing already. They want to support, like the Trump administration wants to support things like the AfD in the Alternative for Deutschland. In Germany, they want to support people like Nigel Farage and Reform UK in the United Kingdom. Like, this is about getting back into European politics, people that are just concerned about Western identity, about reinforcing Europe's Europeness, its whiteness, basically. They want their self-confidence back. They want governments, they want regimes in Europe that align with, like, MAGA and the conservative promise for the USA. They want Project 2025 style politics in Europe. Now, what that actually looks like in practice, who the fuck knows? But like, we all would be aware of, and if you're not, I can try and explain it for you, but we know that America doesn't mind meddling in other people's politics. Trump is an Anglophile. He wants the traditional West to thrive. That's why he's hedging his bets that all other Western countries have a migration problem, and he can leverage that for America. Yeah, I think that's actually a really good description, that he's going to leverage the immigration discussion to help American interests, not Western interests. He doesn't really care about the West. He cares about American interests from his perspective. Or Thomas Sowell White Australia Party, they had double the numbers needed to register their party. Haha. Ozpol might actually start heating up. Yeah. Well, I think that they'd have more of their bank. They'd be banking more on One Nation, actually. Like, what's her name? Pauline Hanson was recently at CPAC in the US. I don't see them supporting Thomas Sowell outright. Outright, that is. Thomas Sowell, sorry. Outright. It's more of a Pauline Hanson situation, I see. She's like the Marie Le Pen, I guess, of Australia. We want to prevent an adversarial power from dominating the Middle East, its oil and gas supplies and choke points through which they pass, while avoiding the forever wars that bogged us down in that region at great cost. So they want to get rid of Iran, I guess. All right. We want to ensure that US technology and US standards, particularly in AI, biotech, and quantum computing, drive the world forward. So these are the core interests. What do we want from the world? We want to shore up Europe and make them focused on migration fear and the rebuilding of Western identity. So we're going to support administrations that help the Trumpian agenda. Like, whatever that looks like in practice, my God. Like, we know what that can look like in the Australian context, which is like the double dismissal kind of stuff and the overthrow of an elected government. Like, is that what's on the table here? What we're talking about? We want to ensure that China's out of the Indo-Pacific. So we want that free just for the navigation of people that do trade with the US and its allies, or like plays ball with the US, basically. We want to make sure the Western Hemisphere is also stabilized in the sense that the governments there align with a Trumpian view of things. It's interesting stuff here. Now, what are America's available means to get what we want? I don't know, you tell me. America retains the world's most enviable position with world-leading assets, resources, and advantages, including a still nimble political system that can course correct, arguable, the world's single largest and most innovative economy, which both generates wealth, we can invest in strategic interests and provide leverage other countries that want access to our markets. world's leading financial system and capital markets, including the dollar's global reserve currency status. It's a big one, right? This is American policy in action right here. It's just like, but everybody needs the dollar, right? What happens when there's an alternative? And people can choose. The world's most advanced, most innovative, and most profitable technology sector, which undergirds our economy, provides a qualitative edge to our military, and strengthens our global influence. The world's most powerful and capable military, a broad network of alliances with treaty allies and partners in the world's most strategically important regions. Okay? Sounds like what they have envisaged for Australia. Okay? We're going to beef up. What were they saying the other day? They're going to beef up the amount of stuff that they store in Australia. I think it was the line they were saying during OSMIN. We're just going to increase our footprint in Australia. A broad network of alliances. So I read that one. An enviable geography. Oh, sorry, that's enviable. Sorry, enviable geography with abundant natural resources, no competing power physically dominant in our hemisphere. An enviable geography with abundant natural resources, no competing powers physically dominant in our hemisphere. So like their advantages, they're saying, is that like there's no one that can take us on in our hemisphere. It's ours. Borders at no risk of military invasion, and other great powers separated by vast oceans. Trump stealing so much American tax money. It's crazy. Transfer, not steal. We like to say transfer of wealth. Unmatched soft power. That's a good point. They do have that as an asset. Heaps of soft power. The courage, willpower, and patriotism of the American people. In addition, though, President Trump's robust domestic agenda, the United States is reinstalling a culture of competence, rooting out so-called DEI and other discriminatory and anti-competitive practices that degrade our institutions and hold us back. Unleashing our enormous energy production capacity as a strategic priority to fuel growth and innovation, reindustrializing our economy, returning economic freedom to our citizens via historic tax cuts and deregulatory efforts, making the United States a premier place to do business and invest capital, investing in emerging technologies. Right. The strategy. 1, the principles. Interesting. President Trump's foreign policy is pragmatic without being pragmatist, realistic without being realist, principled without being idealistic, muscular without being hawkish, and restrained without being dovish. It's not grounded in traditional political ideology. It's motivated above all by what works for America, or in 2 words, America first. There it is. President Trump has cemented his legacy as the president of peace. In addition to remarkable success achieved during the first term with the historic Abraham Accords, President Trump has leveraged his deal-making ability to secure unprecedented peace in 8 conflicts. I don't need to read that. Stopping regional conflicts before they could spiral. President Trump has proven that America's foreign, defense, and domestic policies must be driven by the following basic... Like, I don't know, I haven't read other national security strategies before, but this sounds such a jerk circle event, right? It's really just, President Trump has done this, it's fucking amazing. President Trump has done that, it's fucking amazing. I thought this was a strategy. Not a let's stroke someone's ego affair. Focused definition of the national interest. Since at least the end of the Cold War, administrations have often published national security strategies that seek to expand the definition of America's national interest, such that almost no issue or endeavor is considered outside its scope. But to focus on everything is to focus on nothing. America's core national security interests shall be our focus. It's up without being down. It's left without being right. It's north without being south. It's red instead of being blue. Yeah. It's crazy. The language. It's funny, isn't it? Peace through strength. This is Hegseth's favorite. Strength is the best deterrent. Countries or other actors sufficiently deterred from threatening American interests will not do so. In addition, strength can enable us to achieve peace because parties that respect our strength often seek our help and are receptive to our efforts to resolve conflict and maintain peace. Therefore, the United States must maintain the strongest economy, develop the most advanced technologies, bolster our society's cultural health, and find the world's most capable military and field, predisposition to non-interventionism. What? In the Declaration of Independence, America's founders laid down a clear preference for non-intervention in the affairs of other nations and made clear the basis. Just as all human beings possess God-given equal natural rights, all nations are entitled by the laws of nature and nature's God to a separate and equal station with respect from one another. Like, just after they've talked about telling everyone else to stay out of the Western Hemisphere because it's our backyard and we control all the countries in there, and we want to make sure that those countries, like, we remain dominant over those countries, they're going to fucking give us this, that they're all for non-interventionism. They're explaining above that they need to make sure that, like, Europe doubles down on its Europeness and regains its Western identity, and we will support allies that do this. We'll make sure that they get the support they need to reproduce these Western values. And no, we don't like the whole interventionism thing. Hell no. Flexible realism. U.S. policy will be realistic about what is possible and desirable to seek in its dealings with other nations. We seek good relations and peaceful commercial relations with nations of the world without imposing on them democratic or other social change that differs wildly from their traditions and histories. This is interesting because, like, for a long time, through things like the World Trade Order, the IMF, etc., if you wanted to take on loans, like you wanted to get a loan from the IMF, you wanted to be involved in the World Trade Organization, you had to actually show steps that you were moving towards a democratic society. I don't care about democracy anymore. Trump don't give a shit about democracy. Flexible realism. U.S. policy will be realistic about what is possible and desirable to seek in dealings with other nations. We seek good relations and peaceful commercial relations with nations of the world without imposing on them democratic or other social change that differs wildly from their traditions and histories. Basically, like, hey, we don't care if we're doing business with Saudi princes and monarchies and all that sort of stuff. It don't matter, baby. All that matters is that we're doing business with them and they are just pumping more money into the American economy. Right? In, like, kind of in a deluded sense, because they think that we're going to somehow protect them and going to have their back if shit goes down in their region. No, baby, we just want to do business. We recognize and affirm that there is nothing inconsistent or hypocritical in acting according to such realistic assessment or maintaining good relations with countries whose governing systems and societies differ from ours, even as we push like-minded friends to uphold our shared norms, furthering our interests as we do. So if we're dealing with Saudi princes and they have, horrible human rights track records and they're basically dictators, that's okay. They can be different, but like-minded friends, like other Westerners and stuff, they need to share our norms and our political systems or they can't be trusted. Primacy of nations. The world's fundamental political unit is and will remain the nation state. Here it is. It's natural and just that all nations put their interests first and guard their sovereignty, except for when they have political systems that don't align with the interests of the current administration. Then they need to be destabilized, or they need to be told who to vote for, like in Argentina and Honduras recently, right? They should put their interests first and guard their sovereignty unless it doesn't align with ours. The world works best when nations prioritize their interests. The United States will put our own interests first and, in relation with other nations, encourage them to prioritize their own interests as well. We stand for the sovereign rights of nations against the sovereignty sapping incursions of most intrusive transnational organizations, and for reforming those institutions so that they assist rather than hinder individual sovereignty and further American interests. What the fuck? What is that even about? Like, transnational organizations, what, they're going to back out of the UN basically because the UN is calling bullshit on America constantly. Sovereignty and respect. The United States will unapologetically protect our own sovereignty. This includes preventing its erosion by transnational and international organizations, attempt by foreign powers or entities to censor our discourse or curtail our citizens' free speech rights, as in, like, not like when Europeans, through their particular legislation, stop tech bros and companies from, like, doing whatever the hell they want and regulating them. Lobbying and influence operations that seek to steer our policies or involve us in foreign conflicts, and the cynical manipulation of our immigration system to build up voting blocs loyal to foreign interests in our country. What the fuck? The fuck does that mean? Like, is that what happens? You have immigration in America, in a place where there's non-compulsory voting anyway, and, like, you think the immigrants are being brought in so they can vote for the interests of a foreign country? Yeah, that happens already. It's called APAC. So you have influence from lobby groups that directly influence policy decisions in America in the interest of Israel. But that's okay. But you worry about the migrants that come into the US and don't vote anyway, and they're gonna have some type of they're gonna have a voting bloc that warps American democracy somehow. Does the UN even do anything anymore? Or is it just the top job our politicians go for after they do PM tryouts? Well, they definitely don't do anything anymore if people don't consider them worthy of listening to. Which is what the Americans have shown time and time again. Is they'll listen to them whenever they feel like it, or whenever it suits them, actually, is the best. Is like the key takeaway there. No, it doesn't work unless people take it seriously. The United States will chart our own course in the world and determine our own destiny, free of outside interference. Yeah, well, you better start speaking to Israel, because, like, this is the big problem here. Seeing Pocock took $800K from the Climate 200 lobby group. Everyone is bought out. LOL. Yeah, crazy. And no, I didn't see that, by the way. Balance of power. The United States cannot allow any nation to become so dominant that it could threaten our interests. You know what that is, right? It's like, we cannot allow China to rise anymore, because it is threatening their interests. We will work with allies and partners to maintain global and regional balances of power to prevent the emergence of dominant adversaries. China. As the United States rejects the ill-fated concept of global domination for itself, we must prevent the global, and in some cases even regional, domination of others. So that means we reject the ill-fated concept of global domination. Like, we regret that we've spent so much time and energy and resources policing the world. Now the object is the panopticon, where we just get the world to police itself in our interests. And we must prevent, and in some cases, prevent the global and in some cases regional domination of others. So we need to prevent China from becoming global, or in the very least, stop it from doing the regional stuff, like contain it completely and don't let it be on the first island chain. It means we can't allow the Muslims to take majority in the UK, etc., etc. I don't think they care about that sort of stuff. Like, to be honest, it's really the US who has destabilized much of the Muslim world and supports like Islamic terrorists or Muslim extremists to destabilize areas throughout like North Africa and the Middle East. So like they definitely support Muslim terrorism and all that type of stuff, or Muslim extremism, stuff that just turns to destabilize regions and causing people to feel like they need to migrate in the first place. America wants to be less British Empire and more Roman Empire. And so like in what stage of the Roman Empire? Because we all know what happened to the Roman Empire. It let so many of the barbarian hordes in to defend its borders that it ended up getting overthrown through that system anyway. So like it depends what type of stage of the British and the Roman empires we're talking about here. It wouldn't be in Americans' interest to lose the support of Commonwealth countries. No, it wouldn't. No, it really wouldn't. But, you know, as long as they got the Western Hemisphere sorted, by the sounds of it, they should be okay. This does not mean wasting blood and treasure. Like, this is so, it's so Department of War talk, isn't it? Blood and treasure to curtail the influence of all the world's great and middle powers. The outside influence of larger, richer, and stronger nations is a timeless truth of international relations. This reality sometimes entails working with partners to thwart ambitions and threaten our joint interests. So, like, we do not want to spend money or soldiers to curtail the influence of all the world's great and middle powers. The outside influence of larger, richer, and stronger nations is a timeless truth of international relations. It's just global politics, baby, that the big people dominate the little ones. This reality sometimes entails working with partners to thwart ambitions that threaten our joint interests. So they're going to work with little countries to contain China and Russia, basically, and their allies, Iran, North Korea. Less directive governance, more sitting back, collecting checks. Finding out the two empires Dilemma has mentioned fell by the leadership of inept leaders and an insatiable thirst for wars they couldn't win. Yeah, they couldn't sustain in the end, that's for sure. It's very interesting. You know, that's why I was wondering, like, which example are we talking about here when it comes to the British and the Roman Empire, and which stage of these empires? Because they both met the same fate, you could argue, at the end of the day. Pro-American worker. American policy will be pro-worker, not merely pro-growth, and will prioritize our own workers. We must rebuild an economy in which prosperity is broadly based on widely shared, not concentrated at the top or localized in certain industries or a few parts of the country. What the fuck does that even mean? Like, honestly. Obviously, what happened to both British and Roman empires won't happen again because the Yanks will keep it on the rails. Well, that's what this document is all about. Keeping it on the rails. Learning the mistakes of history. Keeping it on the rails. Contain China. Don't focus on how to do it better at home. Just focus on how to contain China and Russia. And how to get the world to pay for it. Like, it's if they pull this off, this is like the trick of, taking the world off the American, like being literally backed by the American dollar, like taking off the gold standard and all that sort of stuff, like the end of the Bretton Woods system. It's like, how do we maintain our power, but get the world to do it for themselves in our interests instead of being the global police anymore? This is the takeaway from this document. It's like, how do we get the world to still pay homage to American hegemony? How do we do this and get them to do it all by themselves without us having to physically be there anymore? The rails built by China, eh? Yeah, that's how they'll do it. They're gonna stay on rails, and they're gonna be built by China. That's how we're gonna stay on top. Fairness. From military alliances to trade relations and beyond, the United States will insist on being treated fairly by other countries. Oh my God. We will no longer tolerate and can no longer afford free-riding trade imbalances, predatory economic practices, and other impositions on our nation's historic goodwill and disadvantage of our interests. As we want allies to be rich and capable, so must our allies see that it is in their interest that the United States also remain rich and capable. In particular, we expect our allies to spend far more of their national gross domestic product on their own defense, to start to make up for the enormous imbalances accrued over decades of much greater spending by the United States. It's crazy, isn't it? It's just like, look, they were happy to do all of this. They continue NATO beyond its remit after this collapse of the Soviet Union. And now they're turning around and be like, but, you should have done more. It's like, well, you wanted to keep this going. This is your idea. Why is it our fault? And they're like, well, look, the Russians are coming. Scary, scary. Fairness. From military alliances to trade relations beyond, the United States will insist on being treated fairly by other countries. No, I think I just read that. Whoops. Competence and merit. American prosperity and security depend on development and promotion of competence. Competence and merit are among our greatest civilizational advantages. Where the best Americans are hired, promoted, and honored, innovation and prosperity follow. Should competence be destroyed or systematically discouraged, complex systems that we take for granted, from infrastructure to national security to education and research, will cease to function. Should merit be smothered, America's historic advantage in science, technology, industry, defense, and innovation will evaporate. So we don't have merit, like the complex nature of industrial capitalism. Being a society with a complex division of labor requires people of all skills and all sorts specializing in certain areas to make the entire system function. If we don't focus on merit, that will die. Like that system dies. Fair enough. What's your point? The success of radical ideologies that seek to replace competence and merit with favored group status would render America unrecognizable and unstable to defend itself. The success of radical ideologies, so like basically the success of wokeness that seeks to replace competence and merit with favored group status would render America unrecognizable and unstable to defend itself. So, like, DEI risks the fact that we have a system that favors money and gets people into positions of power because of their monetary status or their wealth status, and everybody else gets funneled through the meat grinder of meritocracy. But like, if we start to allow that privilege to other people because of radical ideologies beyond just people with the wealth and the power and the status getting through to positions of power without any merits at all, if we open up that system to allow more people to skip the meritocracy part, then that's going to be a problem for us. We can only have so many people getting through because of their favored status. We can't extend that to everyone. We can't extend that to the wokies. We can only give that to people that have wealth and power. There's only a limited amount of people that can get through the meritocracy meat grinder. That's what's really being said here. Bitch, we got a trade deficit and we still copped tariffs, but America is the one being treated unfairly. Yeah, where's the fairness stuff come from? It's crazy, isn't it? We want to be treated fairly by the world system. We haven't benefited from the world at all. Everybody's just taking us for a ride. That's why we're fucking on top, because everyone took us for a ride. That makes sense, right? Last I heard, Iran only chanced death to Israel and death to America, not death to Australia. Ignoring the only reason woke is a thing is because America created it and exported it to the world. We cannot allow meritocracy to be used as a justification to open America's labor market to the world in the name of finding global talent that undercuts American workers. In our every principle in action, America and Americans must always come first. The era of mass migration is over. Who a country admits into its borders, in what numbers and from where, will inevitably define the future of that nation. Any country that considers itself sovereign has the right and the duty to define its future. Throughout history, sovereign nations prohibited uncontrolled migration and granted citizenship only rarely to foreigners. Like, throughout what history? Like, through recent history? Because for a long time, like, borders might have existed on maps, but migration, like, people didn't have passports. People could move wherever they wanted. They did this throughout Europe. They did this across the Atlantic. And much of the world wasn't even really kind of open to migration because it was completely undeveloped and self-sufficient. And so, like, up until only about, 200 years ago, not even 150 years ago, like, you could just move wherever the fuck you wanted. And what's the history here? The West's experience over past decades vindicates this enduring wisdom. In countries throughout the world, mass migration has strained domestic resources, increased violence and other crime, weakened social cohesion, distorted labor markets, and undermined national security. Can we just rewrite that sentence? In countries throughout the world, neoliberalism has strained domestic resources, increased violence and other crime, weakened social cohesion, distorted labor markets, and undermined national security. In light of these problems, mass migration has put added pressure on some of these factors and has been used thus as a scapegoat for failed neoliberal policy. The era of neoliberalism must end. Sorry, I'll go back without the editing. The era of mass migration must end. Border security is a primary element of national security. We must protect our country from invasion, not just from unchecked immigration, but from cross-border threats such as terrorism, drugs, espionage, and human trafficking. Hear, hear, mystery movement. Like, look, I am all for people, wanting to vet, I guess, the type of people that come into your country. Maybe you have a gap in your labor force. Maybe you have a gap in your demographics and you want to make sure that you're getting a particular type of person to come in. Fine. Like, that's a national sovereign right. But, like, let's just cut the fucking bullshit about mass immigration has led to a strained domestic resources and weakened social cohesion, distorted labor markets, undermined national security. Those are all the things that neoliberalism has done. It has completely drained entire nation states across the world. It's completely destroyed the economies of certain nations all around the world through privatization, the underfunding of resources, this idea that you need to cut spending and you need to implement austerity. That has weakened social cohesion. That has massively weakened social cohesion. No one has any faith in their societies anymore, in their governments anymore, in their neighbors anymore. Nobody has any faith in the system itself anymore. It's strained domestic resources. It has increased violence and other crime because people they feel very vulnerable in a world where there is no systematic effort to make their lives any better. And like, look, you can blame it on migration if you want. You can blame it on the sun shining. You can blame it on, I don't know, on food production. You can blame it on multiple things if you want. You can blame it on a consumer society, whatever you want. But neoliberal policy has really done all of this damage massively. Massively. And this push to scapegoat it onto one thing by these people. One thing. Not be like, oh, it's a factor kind of thing. Like push it all the blame onto one thing. Like the same way that they do, they blame globalism for everything. All of America's problems are because of the globalists. Like without acknowledging the fact that America are the fucking globalists is just fucking, it's outrageous. Like how can they not see that? Immigration, for us, well spoken, here. Immigration is a symptom of the neoliberal era sickness, but I still like to take a cough drop when I get a cold before I take antibiotics. Almost like it's a system to keep certain people in certain areas of the world to be exploited there. And if they move elsewhere, they're still subject to the same exploitation, like a global apartheid. Plus, people are just blaming shit rather than wanting to work through the problem, whether they blame the government, migrants, etc. Yeah, there's a lot of, it's like, it's the government, it's the migrants. It's the government, it's the migrants. It's like, which one? And pick one. And like, you really could just, you could pick government, because government are the ones that are responsible for strained domestic resources, dealing with violence, dealing with crime, harboring an environment of social cohesion, ensuring that labor markets are not distorted. They're responsible for national security. But if they're told they can't spend on anything, and they're told to privatize everyone's assets, because that's just responsible, so they can get loans on the national financial markets, and that's it. That's the only reason they do all this neoliberal bullshit, is so they can borrow money from private organizations in other countries so they can get good credit ratings. It's not for any other reason than that. It really is just so we have a good credit rating, and so people will want to lend us money. We've spent a bit of time with modern monetary theory now. I mean, you can tell there are solutions to this, which is beyond just being like, hey, it's these evil people here that are the problem, eh? People that are just like us in terms of their position in the hierarchy. People just like us, no, they're the problem, not the people making the fucking decisions. It's so easy to just to point at that instead of being like, no, let's go to the structure, the governmental structure, the decision-making apparatus, and tweak some things here. Let's get rid of the idea of austerity, and let's use the apparatus appropriately to start addressing some of these issues. No. Like you said, that just takes too much. That's just too much work. Let's just blame governments and migrants. Let's just blame people and get angry about it, as opposed to doing stuff. It's like we need a permanent revolution or something. We must protect our country from invasion, not just of unchecked migration, but from cross-border threats such as terrorism, drugs, espionage. Again, terrorism. This is so rich from the Americans. They set up all of the terrorists around the world. Drugs. They're involved in drug networks all around the world through the CIA. They do all the espionage, most of it. And human trafficking. It's almost like America was built upon states that were rooted in private ownership and venture capital or something. A border controlled by the will of the American people as implemented by their government is fundamental to the survival of the United States as a sovereign republic. Protection of core rights and liberties. The purpose of the American government is to secure the God-given natural rights of American citizens. To this end, departments and agencies of the United States government have been granted fearsome powers. Fearsome power. Those powers must never be abused, whether under the guise of de-radicalization, protecting our democracy, or any other pretext. When and where those powers are abused, abusers must be held accountable. In particular, the right of free speech, freedom of religion and conscience, and the right to choose and steer our common government are core rights that must never be infringed. Regarding countries that share or say they share these principles, the United States will advocate strongly that they upheld in letter and spirit. We will oppose elite-driven, anti-democratic restrictions on core liberties in Europe, the Anglosphere, and the rest of the democratic world, especially among allies. We will oppose elite-driven, anti-democratic restrictions in core liberties in Europe, the Anglosphere, and the rest of the like. Watch out, okay? Like this security document here is like specifically naming countries like Australia or anyone that speaks English, like the English Anglosphere here, and like just general Western countries. We seem to be in the firing line here. We will oppose elite-driven. So, like, you know, there's the elites out there like George Soros that are helping, fund trans-Tifa terrorists out there. We will oppose elite-driven, anti-democratic. So, anyone that is considered anti, liberal values, I'm leaving that in the liberal democratic sense. In Europe, the Anglosphere, and the rest of the democratic world, especially among our allies. So they're going to go and they're going to, anyone that they deem to be anti-democratic, they're going to oppose governments, political movements in countries, especially among our allies. So especially among countries that are close to America's core interests, that are Western, they're going to oppose politics that they deem to be anti-democratic in terms of core liberties. So that's like, people that like in Europe that have been restricting the tech bros from doing stuff and restricting free speech, like, all the attacks on free speech that happen. This document, America, fuck yeah, we're here to save the fucking day, yeah. America, fuck yeah. Burden sharing, burden shifting. The days of United States propping up the entire world order, like Atlas, are over. We count among many allies and partners dozens of wealthy, sophisticated nations that must assume primary responsibility for their regions and contribute far more to our collective defense. So we're like, our interests are geopolitically, we want, like, this is what I'm saying, like, this is like, this is the new American strategy. Like when they when they got rid of the gold standard and raised the fiat currency, it was supposed to free up the American currency so they didn't have to trade gold for it anymore. But like everyone still traded in American dollars. So America was taking on debt, like massive debt because of its trade imbalances, but the rest of the world was paying for it because they needed American dollars. And so this system was fucking genius. Everyone still needed American dollars to trade, but America didn't have to fucking provide any gold for it anymore. And they were in a trade deficit, and so now they were taking on massive amounts of debt, and the world was paying for it because they constantly needed American dollars. And so they would constantly lend the Americans money. And so like there was this beautiful system that evolved after the 70s where like everyone needed American money and paid for America's debt at the same time. They didn't have to worry about their debt crisis being a problem. it's like the new version of this is like America has been the world police for a long time. They wouldn't want to do any of that anymore, but they kept up their world police responsibilities so the world would follow American interests. And it's like, how do you keep up American interests without forcing everybody to do it? You get them to force it upon themselves. Like, this is some, if they can pull this shit off, this is some amazing gymnastics again from the Americans in terms of keeping their hegemony. And it's like, we want to direct the world and control everyone's foreign policy. But how do we do that without physically being there to tell them all to do it? We get them to do it themselves, and they're going to pay for it. It's crazy. President Trump has set the new global standard with the Hague Commitment, which pledges NATO countries to spend 5% of GDP on defense, and which our NATO allies have endorsed and must now meet. Again, contribute far more to our collective defense. Why is America defending itself over in Western Europe? It's not their fucking defense. It's their interest though, to make sure that Russia is held at bay. They didn't want Russia and Europe coming, together at all. This is like the laziest kid in the class innovating a way to do the least amount of work. Yeah, they still have control. It's like a bully who wants to control the class. And so they set up a system of people that fear the bully, but then they self-regulate. So like they start punching themselves in the face now. Instead of the bully going around and having to regularly punch people in the face, everyone just knows to punch themselves in the face now because the bully is there. It's fucking crazy. And if they pull it off, incredible. Continuing Trump's approach of asking allies to assume primary responsibility for their regions, the United States will organize a burden sharing. So they got to take responsibility. They got to spend their own money and like invest in their own defense. They got to invest in their own defense, but they need to make sure they still take their orders from the United States. The United States will organize a burden sharing network with our government as convener and supporter. So you pay for it. You pay for your own fucking defense. We're not doing it anymore, but we will convene for you. We call the shots, but you make sure you fucking pay for everything. Crazy. We call that venture capitalism in the US. It's some double think shit. It's some crazy stuff. How does spending more on defense equal more people signing up? Seems that's a big issue that money can't solve. Interesting. Well, like what I don't understand is like, all this, hey, let's spend 5% more, or 5% of our GDP on defense, right? Which is fair enough. That means more money going into to defense. Like, how does that convert into more people, becoming part of the military services, let's say? So spending more on defense, how does that equal more people signing up? If you don't convince people that they have to sign up, how do you do that? Like, how do you get more people involved? You can throw money at whatever you want, buy all this technology, but if there's no one there to use it, like, what's the point of all this spending? It's a really interesting point. It's a good question. Like, how do you solve that one? And you do it through mandatory service. I think that's the only way. But the French have already tabled this. They're starting to expand opportunities for people going through the military. They get fast-tracked and incentives for other stuff. I think the Germans have been protesting over the idea of mandatory military service very recently. Let me double-check that for you. Very, very briefly. Very, very briefly. Can you describe recent efforts by the French to get people enrolled in military service, and describe recent policy discussions in Germany to make conscription a possibility again? Yeah, you can throw all the money. You can throw 100% of your GDP, but if no one wants to serve, what are you gonna do? France is reintroducing voluntary military service starting summer 2026, targeting 18 to 19-year-olds. Volunteers would sign up for 10 months service, about 1 month basic training, 9 months in a unit, paid with benefits like accommodation, travel discounts. The ambition is to start 3,000 volunteers, rise up to 10,000 by 2030, and depending on threats, up to 50,000 annually. Germany, new law, open door conscription if needed. In late 2025, Germany's parliament approved a new military service law aiming to address shortages in the armed forces. Under the plan, all young men will have to register and undergo medical fitness screening. A questionnaire about their willingness to serve will become mandatory. Primary goal is to expand active military personnel and reserves, targeting significant higher numbers by 2035. However, actual service remains voluntary for now. So what is it? To address under the plan, all young men will have to register and undergo medical fitness screening. A questionnaire about their willingness to serve will also become mandatory. Interesting. Dr. Nathan, Justin Taylor, France's army is weird. I don't get it. Interesting. To check that out. Yes, please. Yes, please. Very briefly. What are these countries? Yes, please, very briefly. Who are these countries and what are they proposing? Recruitment is easy. Just get young people into their own house, a reasonable price and services fee, and they will be invested in the country and sign up. You can't have a nation of renters. Whoa. Latvia reintroduced compulsory military service in 2023. Men aged 18 to 27 are required to serve 11 months. Latvia, interesting. Sweden, interesting. After suspending service in 2010, Sweden reinstated selective gender-neutral conscription. Selective gender-neutral conscription, requiring 18-year-olds with only a portion actually selected each year. Denmark has long-standing conscription. In recent years, extended the system to include women, so both sexes are eligible, adapting service duration and selection rules. Croatia, in late 2025, Croatia's parliament voted to reintroduce mandatory military service. Basic training will begin in early 2026. Wow. Europe, man. Europe's gearing up for war. When the economy goes down, the Europeans, they get ready for war. Fuck. It's just what Europeans do, I guess. Scary stuff. Don't mind 5% on defense as long as our decision and not being lent on to do it. Yeah, sure. I don't think it comes without being leaned on by someone. All right, continuing President Trump's approach of asking allies to assume primary responsibility for their regions, the United States will organize a burden-sharing network with our government as convener and supporter. This approach assures the burdens are shared, so they have to pay for it, but we still get to say what to do, and that all efforts benefit from the broader legitimacy. The model will be targeted partnerships that use economic tools to align incentives, share burdens with like-minded allies, and insist on reforms that anchor long-term stability. This strategic clarity will allow the United States to counter hostile and subversive influences efficiently while avoiding overextension and diffuse focus that undermines past efforts. The United States will stand ready to help, potentially through more favorable treatment on commercial matters, technology sharing, and defense procurement. Those counties that willingly take more responsibility for security in their neighborhood and align their export controls with ours. Realignment through peace. Seeking peace deals at the president's direction, even in regions and countries peripheral to our immediate core interests, is an effective way to increase stability, strengthen America's global influence, realign countries and regions towards our interests, and open new markets. The resources required boil down to presidential diplomacy, which our great nation can embrace only with competent leadership. The dividends, an end to long-standing conflicts, lives saved, new friends made, can vastly outweigh the relatively minor costs of time and attention. Sweden also has the highest happiness and one of the highest numbers of gun owners per capita. It would make me happy, LOL. Everyone is gearing up for war. It's just whether it's defensive or offensive. So is Europe gearing up to defend itself or invade? Fucking, it's all relative though, isn't it? Yeah. It's fucking relative. It's a good question though. Economic security. Finally, and because economic security is fundamental to national security, we will work to further strengthen the American economy. Balanced trade. The United States will prioritize rebalancing our trade relations, reducing trade deficits, opposing barriers to our exports, and ending dumping and other anti-competitive practices that hurt American industries and workers. We seek fair, reciprocal trade deals with nations that want to trade with us on the basis of mutual benefit. Yeah, just like with our beef, right? Yeah. Who's invading Europe anytime soon? The Russians. The Russians, apparently. Invading NATO Europe. Securing access to critical supply chains and materials. Only one nation could do it, and it ain't Russia. Who? Who then? Is it China? Is it? Or is it the country that's already got control of Europe? Is that what you mean? As Alexander Hamilton argued in our republic's earliest days, the United States must never be dependent on any outside power for core components, from raw materials to parts to finished products necessary to the nation's defense or economy. We must re-secure our own independent, reliable access to goods that we need to defend ourselves and preserve our way of life. Hello? What world are these people living in? They're completely relying on global trade and like significantly relying on China. When they write this stuff, do they really think about it very well, or do they just write it because it sounds good? How are the Russians invading Europe if they can't invade Ukraine? The Africans are invading Europe. Well, look, I think they are actually. I think they're winning in the Ukraine. Well, they're getting more. They're taking territory, strategic positions constantly in the Ukraine. But like, I know your point. Like, are they really threatening Western Europe right now? No, they're not. But the manufacturing consent machine is definitely making it that way. Reindustrialization. The future belongs to makers. The United States will reindustrialize its economy, reshore industrial production, and encourage and attract investment in our economy and our workforce. Is it though? Is it giving itself the opportunity to reindustrialize? Because a lot of people, because of the trade wars and the tariff policies, don't actually understand whether or not they can reinvest and reindustrialize at home. They don't know what to do. Reviving our defense industrial base. A strong, capable military cannot exist without a strong, capable defense industrial base. The huge gap demonstrated in recent conflicts between low-cost drones and missiles versus the expensive systems required to defend against them has laid bare our need to change and adapt. Basically what they're talking about here is, in the drone age, like, you can send swarms of drones and there is fuck all defense against that shit. Like, you can spend, you can shoot $100,000 missiles at drones if you want, but like, you can replace a drone in seconds, and it takes, it can take months to manufacture the same missile. So like, in the drone era, defense is out of the question now. Good luck. America requires national mobilization to innovate powerful defenses at low cost. See? To produce the most capable and modern systems and munitions at scale and reshore our defense industrial supply chains. In particular, we must improve our war fighters with the full range of capabilities ranging from low-cost weapons that can defeat most adversaries to the most capable high-end systems for a conflict with a sophisticated enemy. And to realize President Trump's vision of peace through strength, we must do so quickly. They aren't going any further than they have. I don't think that's true. I don't know where you're getting your information from. But I think the Western sources usually downplay Russia's advancement. Usually. But they're definitely making ground. If you look at like the maps compared to like a month or 2 months ago, they've definitely made ground. Energy dominance. Restoring America's energy dominance in oil, gas, coal, and nuclear. And reshoring the necessary key energy components. I think this is the real core of the issue when it comes to like the green tech is right here. I think we found the solution why everyone's so scared of an energy transition, because the technology needed for the energy transition is fucking controlled by China. And so like they don't want to be beholden to China for their energy. Which is like, if you want to talk about national resilience, that's fair enough, I guess. But I don't make it out because, it's all woke nonsense. Like environmentalism is woke nonsense. And like caring about the environment is woke nonsense. I think caring about the environment has been around for long enough, like since the 70s. It was Richard Nixon who brought in environmental policy. So like caring about the environment and wanting to produce technologies that like don't cause as significant immediate impacts to things like, air quality, for instance. Yeah. That's not a problem. But if you are worried because you haven't advanced your industry capability enough to transition to sources outside of fossil fuels, let's say, and like China rules that, and you don't want to be dependent on China, just say it. It's about that. You don't want to bring in a energy diversification and transition to new energy sources because, hey, China controls that game and we haven't spent the money on it. We don't have the industry to deal with it. Got to get your Ukraine war news off Willie Ohm, O-A-M. He's quite the resource for it. We reject the disastrous climate change and net zero ideologies that have greatly harmed Europe, threaten the United States, and subsidize our adversaries. See, there it is. All they care about when it comes to climate change and net zero is it subsidizes our adversaries. China gets money from this. When it comes to energy, America wants to be the place that gets money from energy. It's right here in the fucking fine print, or the not so fine print. This is why you can't have new technology. Like, again, detach yourself from the culture wars on this one. If you think it's too hard to envisage a world where you have alternative energy sources because it's because of, climate change scariness and all this sort of stuff. Detach yourself from the culture wars then and think about it objectively. What is wrong in capitalistic system, right? In capitalism, what is wrong with like producing new technologies that produce the circulation required to drive profits? Like that's what you do. You revolutionize the technology, you change to new technologies, and you invest and innovate because that's what drives economic growth in capitalism. Why would you not do that? Well, if it subsidizes our adversaries, if all that money goes to China because they've spent time developing that technology and we can't be fucked doing it ourselves, then let's go for that then. Let's go for that. Let's not innovate and help capitalism survive. It's just the economics of it. Russia has been under a wartime economy for what, 5 years now? No matter how they spin it, they are fucked and only just holding on. Europe has not even started its war spend. The Russians will not go further than they have because of that reason. So you're saying they will not go further from now. Fine, but they are going further at the moment. Now, if you're saying that all of a sudden it's just going to come to a height and whatever lines that they have right now are going to be drawn, then fine. But let me just put it to you like this then. Why has the US all of a sudden, after telling, not so long ago, like 2 months ago, telling Zelensky that he'll be able to beat Russia, America's going to support them. How have we gone from that 2 months ago to now them wanting a peace deal with Russia and trying to strong arm Zelensky and the Ukraine into a peace deal with Russia, who Russia doesn't care about the peace deal at all. If Russia was so fucked right now, then what, the land bridge to Crimea? Then what, the land bridge? They want? Is that what you mean? They want? I'm not sure. Then what, the land bridge to Crimea? They want. Maybe they want the land bridge to Crimea. Yeah, if you think that like Russia is so fucked, like kind of thing, then like they would probably be all over the peace deal like a rash. Now, I think what is happening there is that what we've seen in the past is that the US does want the peace deal so they can rearm the Ukraine. Further than what? Further than what? The land bridge in Crimea? Well, I think strategically what they have said that they want is the regions of Ukraine that had decided democratically, apparently, to become part of Russia and to seek their independence from the Ukraine. And they want a buffer from NATO. So who knows how far they will go? I don't know. But all I'm saying is, don't be fooled by Western propaganda that says that Russia isn't making any gains. They are making gains. They're consistently making gains. So like, just don't write Russia off. Just don't write them off completely until you see them stop fighting. Like, don't write them off. That's all I'm saying. It's all about the land bridge. Russia won the objective they wanted. Now they have a 3-layer deep defensive line. Yeah, just be careful of the Western story on it. That's all. United States boasts the world's leading financial and capital markets, which are the pillars of the American influence that afford policymakers significant leverage and tools to advance America's national security priorities. But our leadership position cannot be taken for granted. Like, what's this got to do with national security? Interesting, isn't it? Like, you can tell if someone's imperialist or not by this type of commentary. Preserving and growing America's financial sector dominance. Like, they really control the world through Wall Street. Like, that wasn't that's not just like a whim thing that we were talking about before. Like, Wall Street controls the world. It's the financial center of the world. Money flows in, money flows out. To America, for America's interest, for Wall Street's interest. I'm not. This isn't anything I'm getting from pro-Western propagandists. Okay, so you're getting it from Russian propagandists? Yeah, anyway, fine. Whatever. Well, look, I don't agree that they're, like what you said, that they're not going any further. They're still taking the strategic points that they want. Irish activists. Okay. But again, they're still taking stuff. They're still moving forward. And like, how about this? There's no gains being made by the Ukrainians to take back territory. And again, why is America seeking this peace deal right now? But Russia not? That's always an interesting indication of things, I would say. Russia, Ukraine has lost 20% of their land. That's fucking mental, isn't it? A fifth. It's crazy. There's a different type of war now with all the drones and stuff. All right, I need a break. I need to have a little break. I've been talking for a while now. So we're gonna just have a quick little interlude here, and then we're gonna get back to this. I should have started this earlier. It's gonna take fucking ages to read this. But like I should have known that. But yeah, we are gonna have a quick break now. And then we'll get back to this exciting document, but very telling, isn't it? About what America's policy is. But yeah, if you've been watching this today so far, just want to do some quick shout outs and thank yous. Ninja Nurse, Jag, Woozle, 4AS, Jerry Poppins hanging out for a bit. We had Polemp came in for a second. Dilemmas. Who else we had here? Tom Jones is back. KK online. It's good to have you. David was hanging out earlier too. David, so many streams these days. Indoctrinate them. If I've already said you, I do apologize. Who else we got here? I think I've got everyone. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. Well, thanks for interacting. Do appreciate it. So we're gonna have a quick break, and then we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. So if you're still able, Tom Jones is back. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna continue reading this in a few minutes. See you in a sec. All right, we back. What's that? What did I miss there? Why did America seek a peace deal with Israel? Is that like a rhetorical question in relation to something else? Why did America seek a peace deal with Israel? Extend the war and make sure Russia wears themselves out so that they are not a threat to American hegemony? Yeah, I guess. Like, that's a good point. I'll take that. Like, they did want to extend the war. So, like, they're trying to do that with, like, Russia, right? They're trying to put a pause to the conflict so they can restock Ukraine because they're not happy with the position of the war at the moment. I think that's a viable kind of description of, like, the events at the moment. I think it is. Anyway. Maybe not, doesn't cover it for everybody. But yeah, they want the peace because Ukraine isn't doing so well right now. They need time to take stock. Yeah, that way they can focus on China as the main threat without being flanked by Russia. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's fair. It's a fair call. All right, regions, number 3. What section was this again? Why are we reading about regions? What's this section called? The strategy. Oh, of course. It's the strategy. That's what this document is. It's a strategy, of course. Okay, the regions. It has become customary for documents such as this to mention every part of the world and issue on the assumption that any oversight signifies a blind spot or a snub. As a result, such documents have become bloated and unfocused, the opposite of what a strategy should be. To focus and prioritize is to choose, to acknowledge that not everything matters equally to everyone. It is not to assert that any people's regions and countries are somehow intrinsically unimportant. The United States is, by every measure, the most generous nation in history, by every measure. And yet we cannot afford to be equally attentive to every region and every problem in the world. A purpose of a national security policy is the protection of core national interests. Some priorities transcend regional confines. For instance, terrorist activity in an otherwise less consequential area might force our urgent attention, but leaping from that necessity to sustained attention to the periphery is a mistake. Western Hemisphere, the Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. After years of neglect, the United States will reassert and enforce the Monroe Doctrine to restore American preeminence in the Western Hemisphere and to protect our homeland and our access to key geographies throughout the region. We will deny non-hemispheric competitors the ability to position forces or other threatening capabilities or to our own control strategically vital assets in our hemisphere. Okay? This is what Venezuela is all about at the moment. Like, it obviously there's many things going on, but yeah, Venezuela, not only does it have, obviously, good resources, which are great, but it also does have the support of China and Russia. And so the US, get out of our backyard. This is my place. Get the fuck out of here. Does Russia house any military equipment, personnel, etc. in Venezuela? After years of neglect, the United States will restart and enforce the Monroe Doctrine. We will deny hemispheric competitors the ability to position our forces, to position forces or other threatening capabilities, or to own or control strategically vital assets in our hemisphere. The Trump corollary to the Monroe Doctrine is common sense and a potent restoration of American power and priorities consistent with American security interests. What happened to the all nations have the right to sovereignty and self-determination? It is the right of nations. Like, what happened to all that bullshit? It's like, we are not going to allow people to come in and have relations with countries in the hemisphere that we don't like. So much for that. Fuck, that didn't last long, did it? Our goal for the Western Hemisphere can be summarized as enlist and expand. We will enlist established friends in the hemisphere to control migration, stop drug flows, and strengthen the stability and security on land and sea. We will expand by cultivating and strengthening new partners while bolstering our own nation's appeal as the hemisphere's economic and security partner of choice. So they are going to just continue to influence and ensure that new political parties or new governments in the area are aligned with their American interests. And then they can be in the security partner of choice category, or they can be in the security threat category, and they will be fucking destabilized, overthrown, or silenced, or killed, probably. All right. Yes, there is credible evidence that Venezuela hosts Russian military equipment and advisors. Russian weapons and military hardware supply. Venezuela continues to buy and operate Russian military systems, including air defense systems, aircraft, and small arms. Local munitions manufacturing under Russian license assistance. In 2025, a factory was inaugurated in Maracay to produce ammunition for Kalashnikov AK-type rifles. A project by Russian export agency, a project by Russian training, maintenance, and technical advisory presence. Russian reportedly deploys military advisors and specialists to Venezuela to maintain equipment. Recent deliveries, proposals, and advanced systems. According to a 2025 statement by a Russian lawmaker, Russia has recently delivered or is considering delivering further air defense and possibly missile systems to Venezuela. Ongoing formal cooperation. It really begs the question as well then, if Venezuela is engaged with relations with Russia and China, and China gets Venezuelan oil and Russia gives military equipment to Venezuela, how do they get there? Via the sea. And the US has parked part of its fleet in front of Venezuela, right? Stopping people from physically getting in and out of the country, or getting to the country, let's say. It's interesting when you think about it like that. As the world is a chessboard, and America's parked some of its fleet there to stop the comings and goings of their adversaries in the region, to continue the Monroe Doctrine. It's very interesting. I heard that they had bombers there. I thought that was pretty crazy. That's like the fucking Cuban Missile Crisis all over again. Venezuela has bombers at Russia's plants there. Do the Russians operate or have their own bombers in Venezuela? Do you have any sources on this? This is the Cuban Missile Crisis 2.0. The Cuban Missile Crisis was Russia, or the Soviet Union, gave the Cubans, or stored nuclear weapons in Cuba. And the Americans obviously thought that was completely untenable, that situation, because they had it all pointed at Russia via NATO, which is what the big theme of today. But the fact that the Russians would do the same via Cuba, and Cuba wanted it for their own national defense. They were being threatened by the Americans. So it was a win-win for Cuba and for Russia. But that was the Cuban Missile Crisis, basically. This seemed like that. There are documented incidents in which Russian strategic bombers, namely two 160s, long-range blackjack nuclear-capable bomber flew to Venezuela. There is evidence that Russian aerospace forces, or at least Russian strategic bomber units, have operated aircraft in Venezuela. But whether they have a permanent bomber presence is more ambiguous. On at least one occasion, two 160 bombers landed at Mayquita, near Caracas, reportedly for training and bilateral exercises. According to a recent description, Russia deploys 2 bombers to Venezuela. Did the Cubans ever get the missiles? I thought it was just a threat. No, they got them, and then they took them back. After they did, like they had negotiations. I'm pretty sure the Kennedys were involved in those negotiations, and that was the Cuban Missile Crisis. It was a big problem, and so they both agreed to what do they call it? Non-proliferation agreements, and like kind of taking away missiles. And so part of the agreement and no non-proliferation agreement was to kind of withdraw some of the missiles. So I think the Americans might have taken away some stuff pointed directly at Russia in NATO countries, and the Russians took back the nuclear warheads that they had stationed in Cuba. And they've had an embargo ever since. Yeah. That's interesting, isn't it? And everyone's like, oh, see, it doesn't work. The revolution was unsuccessful. Look how shitty their economy is. It's like, well, they've been cut off from America and all of the allies, or anyone that supports the global world order. They've tried to go it alone for a long time. It's difficult. Even though at the UN and USA are outvoted on ceasing the embargo every year, but because Israel and US have a vote or veto, no, it doesn't happen. Because it was on the Black Sea side of Turkey, America had them stationed. Turkey still has nukes, though. Interesting. It's surprising how well they've done with what they have. Yeah, it's like disengaged from the world. It's pretty difficult. Like North Korea. When we were looking at Pyongyang, and I was like, fuck, this is pretty modern, considering they've been completely ostracized for the entire world community. I was surprised to see how well they were doing for themselves, considering that, like, yeah, you cut somebody off from the global system, and they still be able to, scrape together a decent industrial society. It's pretty crazy. Enlist. American policies should focus on enlisting regional champions that help create tolerable stability in the region. I wonder if Australia is one of these regional champions and we produce stability in the Indo-Pacific for the Americans so they can project their power and keep China at bay. These nations would help us stop illegal and destabilizing immigration, neutralize cartels, nearshore manufacturing. Oh, yeah, it's definitely not us. It was like Mexico then, basically. Last line of defense. Mexicans will stop everyone coming in and develop local private economies, along with other things. We will reward and encourage the region's governments, political parties, and movements broadly aligned with our principles and strategy. But we must not overlook governments with different outlooks with whom we nonetheless share interests and who want to work with us. The United States must reconsider our military presence in the Western Hemisphere. This means 4 obvious things. Australia is pretty cool. Yes. North Korea is the same size economy as Tasmania. Take a second to soak that in. Like, on what basis, though? Have you seen their military capability? I don't see Tasmania's economy being able to afford the industrial capacity that they have. So, like, is that a bit of a, Western propaganda there? And if they don't agree with us, we'll coup them. Oh, shit. Is this mic on? Whoopsie. So good. American foreign policy. Oh, shit, the mic's still on. Yeah, well, what are they going to do about it anyway? We will reward and encourage the region's governments, political parties, and movements broadly aligned with our principles and strategies. So the Trump administration's national security strategy is we will reward and encourage the region's governments, political parties, and movements broadly aligned with our. Like, it's so overt now. Before they used to just quietly destabilize the government through the CIA and fund the opposition, fund them, and like, or arm them or something like that. Now it's just like, look, fuck that shit. We'll just tell them that if you don't pick the right people, you don't vote for the right people, we're going to fuck you up. And if you do vote for the right person, you'll get $20 billion from the US government. Like, it's diplomacy is just so different now, right? But how much do the North Koreans get paid? I don't know. But I don't think we can measure their society by Western economic standards. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if what you're saying is true, they have an economy smaller than Tasmania. Have you not seen their military capability? Like, do you reckon Tasmania could put on the type of stuff that they do? Or like produce the amount of, like, you know, like, I know it's just military products that we're talking about here. It's nothing to write home on about, like just having bombs and guns and stuff like that. But like, that is productive capacity that adds to economic value, like GDP. And like, if you have Westerners that are gauging somebody else's GDP, and they'll consider things like, you know, what happens on the stock market in like the realm of like imagination, they consider that to be value and not the industrial capacity of North Korea or something. Like, I don't know. Have you ever been to Mona? What's Mona? If we ignore people's rights, maybe. Yeah. Is that like me being asked by that guy from Kick if I've ever been to why I can't talk about the Philippines, China, Russia, and the Ukraine because I've never been there, and then I had to prove that I'd been there to this person. Okay. Oh, my point is nothing. Korea is nothing. North Korea have nukes? Where's our nukes before America starts eyeballing our resources? Museum of Old and New Art. Oh, okay, it's in Hobart. I don't know. Have you been to Mona? Okay. Is this a comment on how flourishing their economy is? All right. Back to it. The United States must reconsider our military presence in the Western Hemisphere. This means obvious things. Readjust our global military presence to address urgent threats in our hemisphere, especially the missions identified in this strategy, and away from theaters whose relative import to American national security has declined in recent years. A more suitable Coast Guard and Navy presence to control sea lanes, to thwart illegal and unwanted migration, to reduce human and drug trafficking, and control key transit routes in a crisis. My understanding is most of the migration, illegal migration, just comes over the border, not through the seas. I thought it was just meme culture you weren't up with. But you truly are an uncultured individual. Nah, never been. Never been, man. A more suitable Coast Guard and Navy presence to control sea lanes. Targeted deployments to secure the border and defeat cartels, including when necessary, the use of lethal force. And we've seen what that looks like. Popping boats in the Caribbean, fishing boats in the Caribbean, might I add. Establishing or expanding access in strategically important locations. The United States will prioritize commercial diplomacy to strengthen our own economic industries using tariffs, reciprocal trade agreements, and powerful tools. The goal is for our partner nations to build up their domestic economies while an economically stronger and more sophisticated Western Hemisphere becomes an increasingly attractive market for American commerce and investment. Yeah, well, it's a bit hard to do that after like decades of you guys suppressing their ability to develop their own countries. And when China comes in and tries to help develop by investing there, then you try and kick them out by destabilizing their governments. It's pretty crazy how they justify this, really. I wonder how many of the trolls that drop in here can't use the apps anymore. Huh. Yeah, well, that's what I was wondering. Like, did anyone actually get affected by the fact that the social media ban started today? Or did they already have all of your fucking details and they didn't need to do anything to you? Anyone have to get their digital ID out to try and join today? Any adults, that is. Expand. As we deepen our partnership with countries with whom America presently has strong relations, we must look to expand our network in the region. We want other nations to see us as a partner of first choice, and we will, through various means, discourage their collaboration with others. And you see what a threat that was. We want other nations to see us as the partner of choice. And so, like, you know, oh, well, how are they going to do that? Are they going to be really diplomatic and encourage people to come to, you know, be part of the team? No. And we will, through various means, discourage their collaboration with others. If you fuck around with China or Russia, you will find out. Now, come and be our partner of first choice. Yeah? I'm sure most of us have had our accounts for more than 5 years, so I doubt they'll get flagged for review. There you go. No one is going to be affected by this. The Western Hemisphere is home to many strategic resources that America should partner with regionally allies. The Western Hemisphere is home to many strategic resources that America should partner with regional allies to develop, to make neighboring countries as well as our own more prosperous. The National Security Council will immediately begin a robust interagency process to task agencies supported by our intelligence community's analytical arm to identify strategic points and resources in Western Hemisphere to view with a view to their protection and joint development with regional partners. Non-hemispheric competitors have made major inroads into our hemisphere, China, Russia, both to disadvantage us economically in the present and in ways that harm us strategically in the future. Allowing these incursions without serious pushback is another great American strategic mistake of recent decades. Got to get rid of China. Albo's going to have to go, is going to have a hard go of it over the next couple of years. Yeah, fair enough. But I think everybody's gotten caught up in the UK scare of digital ID, and they're transporting their fears of UK digital ID scare onto the under-16s ban. They will separately go after the digital ID, but I think the two things are separate. I think they're separate completely. Did they just say a Family Guy joke? And we'd have just put this bush over here, and that'll be our little secret. And if you tell anyone, I will come to your house and I will cut you. Yes, that's what they did. Non-hemispheric competitors. No, wait, I've read that. The United States must be preeminent in the Western Hemisphere as a condition of our security and prosperity, a condition that allows us to assert ourselves confidently where and when we need to in the region. The terms of our alliances and terms upon which we provide any kind of aid must be contingent on winding down adversarial outside influence. Interesting. In the Western Hemisphere and everywhere in the world, the United States should make clear that American goods, services, and technologies are far better buy in the long term because they are higher quality and do not come with the same kind of strings as other countries. It's just, what the fuck does that mean? Of course it comes with the same strings. They spy on their allies and their friends. Like, if you have to write into a strategic, like, national security, like, strategic document that everybody should buy American stuff because I swear it's far better, man. It's far better than China. Like, if you have to write that, like, you've lost, man. You've lost. If part of your security stance is that, oh man, our stuff is superior, like, the market should sort that out. Like, there's not a lot I like the market for. But if people can figure out for themselves that China's killing America in the market, and America has to put as its national security policy that everyone should just realize that American goods are better, man. Like, and that's part of their national security. The American economy, from that perspective, is completely cooked, bro. It's gone. Not sure how much Trump's support Trump's base will give him. I heard Tim Pool call Candace Owens yesterday on YouTube. Ooh, wow. Man, the division is hard on that side, eh? They brought him into power, and now they're all cannibalizing one another. Every US official working in or on the region must be up to speed on the full picture of detrimental outside influence while simultaneously applying pressure and offering incentives to partner countries to protect our hemisphere. Successfully protecting our hemisphere also requires closer collaboration between the US government and the American private sector. All our embassies must be aware of our major business opportunities in their country, especially major government contracts. Okay? There's your modern fascism right there. This is the state, it has an agenda. The private sector, it has an agenda. These two things align. Let's make sure they do so consistently. It suits both of our interests to follow the ideas of imperialism, actual, like as in Lenin-style imperialism. Not like the state imperialism, but like large corporations. They become transnational and act like nation states almost. The US government will identify strategic acquisition and investment opportunities for American companies in the region and present these opportunities for assessment by every US government financing program, including but not limited to those within the Department of State, War and Energy, the Small Business Administration, the International Development Finance Corporation, the Export-Import Bank, and the Millennium Challenge Corporation. So they're just going to align. They're just going to say, here, we've got interest in this country. You need to do business there. And they'll be like, fucking yeah, open the country up and we will plunder it for profit. You got it. We can do that. We can definitely do that. We should also partner with regional governments and businesses to build scalable and resilient energy infrastructure, invest in critical mineral access, and harden existing and future cyber communications networks that take full advantage of American encryption and security potential. The aforementioned US government entities should be used to finance some of the costs purchasing US goods. Okay, B, Asia, win economic future, prevent military confrontation, leading from a position of strength. You know why prevent military confrontation? Because America doesn't want to fight in those types of wars anymore. They're not interested. They want to fight proxy wars. And like, I don't think they believe that they can defend Taiwan at all, or assist with Taiwan maintaining its independence from China. Not at all. Leading from a position of strength, President Trump single-handedly reversed more than 3 decades of mistaken American assumptions about China, namely that by opening our markets to China, encouraging American business to invest in China, and outsourcing our manufacturing to China, we would facilitate China's entry into the so-called rules-based international order. See, this is so interesting because do you remember, like just a few fucking months ago, that absolute stooge, fucking JD Vance, was up there talking about how the globalists convinced, like, sold out America, and it was the globalists that went to China and the globalists did all this sort of stuff. Here, the language here is completely different. Single-handedly reversed more than 3 decades of mistaken American assumptions about China, namely that by opening our markets to China, encouraging American business to invest in China, and outsourcing our manufacturing to China, we would facilitate China's entry into the so-called rules-based order. This did not happen. China got rich and powerful and used its wealth. It was us. It was the Americans. It wasn't the fucking globalists. And it was the globalists that have caused this problem for the American people. Like they're this entity outside of America. They are America. This did not happen. China got rich and powerful and used its wealth and power to considerable advantage. American elites over 4 successive administrations of both political parties were either willing enablers of China's strategy or in denial. No, they were making bank, bro. That's the overarching theme there. They were making bank and they were happy to do it. The Indo-Pacific is already the source of almost half the world's GDP based on purchasing power parity, and 1/3 based on nominal GDP. That share is certain to grow over the 21st century, which means that the Indo-Pacific is already and will continue to be among the next century's key economic and geopolitical battlegrounds. To thrive at home, we must successfully compete there, and we are. President Trump signed major agreements during his October 2025 travels that further deepen our powerful ties of commerce, culture, technology, and defense, and reaffirm our commitment to a free and open Indo-Pacific, i.e. an Indo-Pacific without China there to influence the situation. America retains tremendous assets, the world's strongest economy and military. Oh, they have to end that by just talking themselves up again. Come on. Economics, the ultimate stake. Since the Chinese economy reopened to the world in 1979, commercial relations between our two countries have been and remain fundamentally unbalanced. What began as a relationship between a mature, wealthy economy and one of the world's poorest countries had transformed into one between near peers. Even as, until recently, America's posture remained rooted in the past assumptions. China adapted to the shift in US tariff policy and began in 2017, in part by strengthening its hold on supply chains, especially in the world's low and middle income countries. Among the greatest economic battlegrounds of the coming decades, China's export to low income countries doubled between 2020 and 2024. The United States imports Chinese goods indirectly from middlemen, and Chinese built factories in a dozen countries, including Mexico. China's exports to low-income countries are today nearly 4 times its exports to the United States. When President Trump first took office in 2017, China's exports to the United States stood at 4% of its GDP, but have since fallen to slightly over 2% of its GDP. China continues, however, to export to the United States through other proxy countries. It's crazy. Going forward, we will rebalance America's economic relationship with China. How? How the fuck are you going to do that? Reprioritizing reciprocity and fairness to restore American economic independence. Trade war with China should be balanced and focused on non-sensitive factors. If America remains on a growth path and can sustain that while maintaining a genuinely mutual advantageous economic relation with Beijing, we should be headed from our present 30 trillion economy in 2025 to a 40 trillion in the 2030s, putting our country in an enviable position to maintain our status as the world's leading economy. And what's that based on? The stock market? Like, honestly, is that based on speculative assets or real value? It's a big distinction. Importantly, this must be accompanied by a robust and ongoing focus on deterrence to prevent war in the Indo-Pacific. This combined approach can become a virtuous cycle as long as American deterrence opens up space for more disciplined economic action. Interesting. To accomplish this, several things are essential. First, the United States must protect and defend our economy and our people from harm from any country or source. This means ending, among other things, predatory state-directed subsidies and industrial strategies, unfair trading practices, job destruction and reindustrialization, grand-scale intellectual property theft and industrial espionage, Threats against our supply chains that risk U.S. access to critical resources, including minerals and rare earth elements. Exports of fentanyl precursors that fuel America's opioid epidemic, and propaganda influence operations and other forms of cultural subversion. Second, the United States must work with our treaty allies and partners who together add another 35 trillion in economic power to our own 30 trillion national economy. To counteract predatory economic practices and use our combined economic power to help safeguard the prime position in the world economy, to help safeguard our prime. See, this is it. Like, we got to work with our allies and partners. So like other Western nations or people that are, you know, indoctrinated into the world capitalist order, like the free market system, to counteract predatory economic practices and use our combined. So if we put our powers together, we get more money, a bigger economy, and that's to help safeguard our prime position in the world economy. So we're going to muscle in and fucking bully our neighbors to ensure that we maintain primacy over the world economy. They don't give a fuck about their allies at all. It's just to maintain primacy. We must continue to improve commercial and relations with India to encourage New Delhi to contribute to Indo-Pacific security, containing China. Like, they don't give a fuck about India either, but they need to stop China. Their relations, it's sketchy, and they need to kind of, you know, make sure that they aren't helping China indirectly by dealing with Russia either, including through continued quadrilateral cooperation with Australia, Japan, and the United States, the Quad. Moreover, we will also work to align the actions of our allies and partners with our joint interests in preventing domination by a single competitor nation. Welcome to the Quad, bro. I think we should all get tattoos. There's Australians, Japanese people, Indians in here, people from the US. Let's all get tattoos. And so much for this bullshit from the anti-immigration rhetoric, or the, you know, the Make Australia, etc., rallies that have been going on. Like India is so important to Australia's interests in the Quad. We're friends and allies. I don't think we're going to finish this today. Damn. It's just too much to go through in one day. I'm sorry. I thought we'd make it. Damn. Deterring military threats. This is still on Asia. I wonder if there's anything gold. Promoting European greatness. Let's have a quick look at this one. American officials have been used to thinking about European problems in terms of insufficient military spending and economic stagnation. There is truth to this, but Europe's real problems are even deeper. Continental Europe has been losing share of global GDP, down from 25% in 1990 to 14% today, partly owing to national and transnational regulations that undermine creativity and industriousness. But this economic decline is eclipsed by the real and more stark prospect of civilizational erasure. That's crazy. The largest issue facing Europe include activities of the European Union under transnational bodies that undermine political liberty and sovereignty. I get it now. It's a big threat to America's ability to influence. They've already got NATO. That's all they care about. But their ability to influence Europe and, like, you know, divide and conquer, like go after individual nation states to get what they want, is the fucking European Union is too powerful. Right. and transforming the continent and creating strife, censorship of free speech, suppression of political opposition, cratering birth rates, and loss of national identities and self-confidence. Should present trends continue, the continent will be unrecognizable in 20 years or less. As such, it is far from obvious whether certain European countries will have economies and military strong enough to remain reliable allies. See, this is it. If you can't fucking pull your weight, like, what do we even need you for? We need you there to be like holding off Russia on that front. And like, you're not even gonna have real military soon. Like, what do we need you for? Many of these nations are currently doubling down on their present path. We want Europe to remain European, to regain its civilizational self-confidence, and to abandon its failed focus on regulatory suffocation. Elon has been on his abolish the EU rants lately. Ooh, interesting. Yes, I would like to know more. That is very interesting. So like, oh, you need to bring back your Western identity, and you need to deregulate. And like, when Europe is like this unified feature, Western identity fails because everybody feels like they're just part of this big conglomerate, and that conglomerate has massive regulatory power and stops and hinders American interests and its corporate interests. And so it's a fucking problem, especially for the tech bros like Elon Musk. This lack of self-confidence is most evident in Europe's relationship with Russia. European allies enjoy a significant hard power advantage over Russia by almost every measure, save nuclear weapons. As a result of Russia's war in Ukraine, European relations with Russia are now deeply attenuated, and many Europeans regard Russia as an existential threat. Managing Europeans' relations with Russia will require significant US diplomatic engagement, both to re-establish conditions of strategic stability across the Eurasian landmass and to mitigate the risks of conflict between Russia and the European states. It is a core interest of the United States to negotiate an expeditious cessation of hostilities in Ukraine in order to stabilize European economies, prevent unintended escalation of expansion of the war. Are you listening to this? We were just talking about this. And re-establish strategic stability with Russia, as well as to enable post-hostility reconstruction of Ukraine to enable its survival as a viable state. Yeah, here it is. Are you ready? It's a core interest of the United States, not Ukraine, not Europe, to negotiate cessation of the hostilities in Ukraine in order to stabilize the European economies. They need to ramp up their spending, like to get NATO going. They need to ramp up their ability. You need a cessation so they can get a hold. They've already just started. So they need a cessation of the war so Europe can arm itself and get ready to take on Russia. To prevent unintended escalation or expansion of the war, that means they are not ready for just in case this war goes well beyond what they consider possible, and the Ukrainians, for some reason, really do start losing and ceding serious territory, and Russia takes way more of Ukraine than the Americans are willing to accept, and that's the expansion of the war. We need to cease the fighting now, just in case Russia does get like kind of out of control here, and re-establish strategic stability with Russia. Calm them the fuck down. We need to stop them from moving somehow, as well as to enable post-hostilities reconstruction of Ukraine. Basically, reconstruct them so they can continue to be the buffer state. So they can destabilize Russia. Didn't the EU fine Elon 120 mil? Then he started his meme war? There we go. It's hit him in the pocket. This is very interesting. We need to cease. We need the European economies to stabilize, just in case there's an unintended escalation of expansion of the war. What are they worried? That the unintended escalation or expansion of the war on the Ukraine side would be the Ukraine starts attacking Russian territory. Is that what they're worried about? Unintended escalation, expansion of the war, that the Ukrainians are all of a sudden just going to start taking Moscow or something like that? Yeah, sure. They're worried about Russia getting ahead. They are worried about this. They need to cease it before it gets fucking out of hand, and they can strategically stabilize Russia and then take them out of action for a little bit while Europe sorts its shit out. Fuck. All right, we're up to page 25. See if we can manage a way to do some more of this tomorrow, but I've got to leave it there. So thanks for hanging out. If you've been watching this, you've been following along after the fact, you haven't been live with us, I hope you've enjoyed it. Like I said, if you're on YouTube, hit the like button, please. Helps with the algo, as you all know. And we will continue some more of this stuff tomorrow. I think tomorrow we're going to do something different. But we might have to finish off with continuing this document, I think. But yeah, thank you everyone who's interacted today. Thanks for people who've been hanging out. We did a lot of reading today. So it's not always exciting, but there's some gold in the documents here, there, and everywhere. So thank you everyone. And I will see you on the morrow. And until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. See you